Oh my god. Oh, I've already fucked up. I've already fucked it up. Okay, put the noise gate on. Now we're fine. Oh my god, the alerts aren't on. Oh my god. I'm fucked. Oh, this is too much pressure. Chat, I don't know how to stream. I'm not a real streamer. Oh my god. Oh fuck, my computer just exploded. Oh, it's all going wrong. Oh no. What's going on, everyone? Welcome in. I legitimately have not got the alerts on, so that's actually true. The rest of it was Jake. There is something going on there though. What's that? Why is that like that? That's fixed it. Okay. Yeah. Fake streamer, fake leftist, that's right. What's going on, everybody? How are we all doing? Welcome in. Hello, Shafiq. Hello, JMM. Hello, Tommy Guns. Hello, 30 Bird. First time catching the stream for 30 Bird. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good time. I'm having a good day. Discrota. How are you doing? I know you like how I say your name, so I'm going to keep saying it like that. We got the Drone Blues. What's going on, everybody? How are you all doing? How was your weekend? How was your day? What have you been up to? You could all tell me what's going on while I turn the alerts back on. I myself had a very nice weekend. Not done anything. Again, I was going to go and see The Northman with my partner on Friday night. And she turned up to my flat all dolled up. And I'm like, oh my God, you look so pretty. And she was like, I know, thanks. And then I was just like in my jogging pants and all this stuff. And she's like, so where are we going? And I was like, oh my God, I forgot. Because my ADHD was so strong last week, I basically forgot that I'd organized to go to the pictures. I thought I was going to go see to the pictures. But I didn't. I completely forgot about it. I was like, tonight, I'm just going to sit in and do fuck all. You know? But I completely forgot. It sucked. I really, really wanted to go and see it. So maybe next week. Maybe next weekend we'll go and see it together. That'll be nice. We got Nils in the chat. How are you doing, Nils? How was your trip to Estonia? I loved seeing the little updates in the chat. That was lovely in the Discord. You saw The Northman. It's pretty good. Hell yeah. Hello, Yanshafim. How are you? What's going on? You've been having a good day. Been writing letters to comrades in prison. Oh, hell yeah. I love that. Yo, how do you even start doing that? How do you even start doing that? Like, that sounds like a really cool thing to do. Yo, I would love to write some letters to people in prison. For sure. My brother and stepdad no longer have COVID, and my dad might not have cancer. That's dope. I'm so glad to hear that, Tommy. Holy shit. Sending lots of love to your dad. A lot of love. A lot of love. That's what we like to hear. I've been good. Started a small Discord group with some other content creators so we could give each other help with content. That sounds fucking great. That sounds fucking great. I remember when I first started YouTube that we were in a group like that. And oh boy, that we had some awful rules. So my best advice for that shit is if it starts feeling weird, just get the fuck out as soon as you can. As soon as they start saying that, like, you know, you have to, like, go and like each other's content, even if you don't think it's good and even if you disagree with it, just get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Hey, Tajan, how are you doing? Joe Blue says moved a partner into her apartment and then got high and played Dark Souls. Oh, hell yeah. That sounds dope. I've been playing Majora's Mask this weekend. And more Star Fox. AKA Lilac Wars in Europe. Estonia was great. Good. Don't know if I said hi, Tajan, so I'm going to say hi again. Hi, Tajan. Hey, To Kill a Lizard, how are you? Looking handsome as always. That's right. You got connected through food, not bombs. That's dope. That's fucking dope. Love to hear that. Refried beans. I've been thinking about refried beans. Hey, Gay Hawk, how are you doing? Welcome in. Future Red Planet episode on writing to prisoners. Maybe not for an episode, but it could be good homework. Yes, I agree. I think that's a great idea, Discrotta. I will suggest that to the other hosts, for sure. One of our members has a communal PO box. We basically spread names and bios through the network of who to send to and what they like and their activism. That's dope. That's real dope. I wound up having a heart-to-heart with my mum and sis about some stuff that'd been bothering me for a long time. Good stuff overall. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm glad that went well for you, Nils. Discrossa says, obviously. Well, that might be obvious to you, but to some people, it's not. I know that it wasn't obvious to us when we first started it, so that's why I said it. In the UK, Bent Bars is a collective to help send letters to queer people in prison. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah, that's fucking dope. Okay, that's getting pinned. That's getting pinned. I might add that to my new video. My new video is about kink at Pride and why it belongs at Pride. It's basically addressing like a couple of like bizarre things that I've heard from young queers over the last few weeks. And obviously kink at Pride is one of them. Just some straight up biphobia is another one of them. So that's what my new video is on, basically. And I think that'd be a cool little call to action. So, you know, thank you so much for dropping that in the chat, Shafiq. Appreciate you. Hey, Trampan Trashcan, how are you? Yeah, Kink at Pride discourse. Yeah, we love it. Every June. Every June it comes round. It rolls right fucking round, doesn't it? Every single time. It is fucking leathering it down outside. Like, that rain is so loud that I can hear it. And that's rare. I can't rarely hear rain from inside. Hi, Nieka Noise. How are you doing? Kick at Pride. What's next? Queerness at Pride. Yeah, like that's something that I touch on in the video, which I don't think a lot of people know. But because queerness was seen as such a unnatural thing back in the day, it was actually classified as a fetish. So just by that alone, people should understand why kink belongs at Pride. Because we were seen as a kink, you know? We were like pushed into the dark recesses of like what is not sexually conventional, right? And that's such a stupid thing. As I was making the video yesterday, I started thinking about this. I was like, what the fuck is sexually conventional? You know, like what, just put penis in hole and that's it? You know, like that's it. Put penis in hole, make baby. That's it. If that's sexually conventional, that sucks. Right? Hey, Luke over there. How are you doing? And hello, Thora Star. What's going on? I'm glad to hear that you're settling into city living, Trash Can. That's super important. Super, super important. Both of you cry afterwards. That's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens. Only the fast try and appeal to respectability, political talk. Well, that's it, isn't it? It's basically like they want queers who are scared of fascists to be like, oh yeah, maybe we should just do what they want for a little bit. Because then once we're not openly queer and they can't see our, you know, sexuality out there in the open, then they can erase us, you know? That's the step next, right? That's the next step. And for trans folk, being seen as a fetish is very much a thing. Well, yeah, that too. Well, you know, it was, being trans was also seen as a kink back in the day, a fetish, like actually being trans. Like that's where the talk about autogynephilia comes from, right? It's, you know, it's so very, very, very connected to who we are as queer people, like fetishness. Because we were forced into that box, you know? We were forced into it. But kink and fetish is extremely good and important anyway. Yes, it's only got to be in the right hole. That's right. Penis in hole, but only in the right hole. If it's in the wrong hole, oh boy, you better believe that's a sin. Fun fact, when I was at church, they had a sex talk series that was supposed to let kids know about what God thinks about sex, and not one Bible study leader could answer me what God thought of pegging. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, God. Can you believe it? Well, anyway, yeah, my weekend, like I said, just basically didn't really do much. Hung out with my partner. That's always fun. Saturday night, cheat night. And I was sat there and I was thinking, I've not earned like a lot of money, right? Do you know what I mean? I've not earned like too much money. I don't really earn a lot of money anyway. You can see how much that I want to fucking, you know, make per month via the stream dono goal and stuff like that. But it's like, I'm fucking poor basically, right? But I'm happy, you know, I'm doing the job that I love and I appreciate all the support that I get and stuff. But anyway, I digress. The way I'm thinking of it is like, okay, I've been really good by not getting takeaways, right? Really, really good. But I should treat myself because I had a night in, my partner was out partying, and I was in like a sad old man. I was happy. I wasn't sad. And I was thinking, what? I should have a takeaway. I should maybe get like an Indian or something, right? And then it struck me. I was like, oh my God, I've not had like incredibly bland British food in a long time. So I went to the fucking spa and I got myself beans and sausage in a tin and toast, bread, you know, and what else did I get? An egg. Got eggs. I had beans on toast with an egg on. But while I was there, I just couldn't resist getting one of those shin cups. You all know about the shin cups? The instant ramen noodles? They're like the Korean ones. I think they might be Korean. I might be wrong. It might be Chinese. But the shin cups instant noodles. Oh my fucking God. So good. So good. And that was really good. Really good. And I also got like a Rolo. It's Korean, yeah. Oh, that's so good. So fucking good. Super spicy. Hey, Becca, how are you doing? What's going on? You lived off noodles, you know of them? Oh, God, yeah. So fucking good. The super spicy one. Yeah, so fucking nice. And, like, just dipped a bit of bread, you know, with spread on. Like, vegan spread, whatever the fuck you call it. Put that in the broth. Oh, God, it's just, like, insanely good. Absolutely insanely good. So, yeah, did that on Saturday night. Yesterday, obviously, Red Planet. I went to the gym, recorded my video. And last night, really cool thing, actually. And I want to talk about this. Last night, for the first night in what must be, I don't know, 10 years, I slept with my phone in a different room. Because I thought, like, my bedtime schedule is so fucked up. I'll, like, put on Germa, and then I'll be, like, on my phone, and I'll also be, like, playing a video game. And it's so fucked up. Like, why am I giving myself that much stimulus in bed? Like, why am I doing that? So, what I thought I'd do, put my phone in the other room, see how that makes me feel. And, oh my God, it was like a weight was lifted off me. It was so weird. Like, a weight was lifted off me. I was like, oh, that's so much better. And, like, I kept having a little, like, oh, I should tweet about this. And then I was thinking, no, why do I need to? Why do I need to tweet about this? You know, I should tweet about the fact that I'm watching Ex Machina, and I've never seen it before. Why should I tweet about it? I could just tell people about it on my stream tomorrow, if I want to tell people about it. You know, it was so good. Super ADHD mood. But that film is really good, by the way. I don't know why I've held off on watching Ex Machina for so long, but it's really good. Need background noise to sleep. Oh, no. I needed to have Germa on still while I was falling asleep. I couldn't not have it on. I couldn't not have something on while I was falling asleep. You know? Casey, how are you doing? Welcome in. Shafiq, could I get a shout out for Casey Explosion, please? How are you doing, Casey? What's going on? Yeah, Oscar Isaac is a great villain. Yeah, the twists and the turns in that film are just like, oh, brilliant. Like, I've always liked Alex Garland's stuff. Like, 28 Days Later, really good. What else did he did? He did, it begins with an A. Annihilation. He did Annihilation, right? Hey, Kiri, how you doing? What's going on? Noah Gervais on YouTube is your favorite thing to sleep to? I know Noah Gervais's name. Why do I know that? Why do I know Noah's name? What's Noah done that we've talked about recently? Popped off recently, right? Did like a 5-hour long video or something on like Elden Ring or Dark Souls or something. I can't remember. Let me see what I missed in the chat. I miss some people talking about kink at Pride. Prime Tumblr era had a lot of questions. I don't think they're actually ready to answer questions outside of can I do it? I used to be one of those queer people who thought we could achieve liberation if we all just tried to blend into cis heteronormative society, and that camp gay people were our own worst enemies. Then I grew the fuck up. It's important to grow the fuck up. It is. It is. It really is, yeah. For sure. He did the Dark Souls video. Right, thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. Hey Fish, how are you doing? What's going on? Dark Souls is like 4 hours long. His Resident Evil video is nearly 8 hours long. Yeah, you could sleep to that for sure. You could sleep to that entire video, right? It's 8 hours. Most people sleep for 8 hours. Hopefully. That's the ideal amount of sleep, right? Yeah, cool as fuck. But anyway, yeah, I was watching Ex Machina last night. Really, really good film. It's on fucking Prime Video, so go check that out. Gonna scoot off again, but take care. Yo, Casey, thank you so much for popping in. It's good to see you. Take it easy, lovely. Please go follow Casey, everybody. She's fucking great, by the way. Yeah, Ex Machina. Really, really good film. Go watch it. It's on Prime Video. Severance. I've heard it. Which one's fucking Severance again? You've already got me Googling shit. Severance. Oh, it's a series? No thanks. Not watching that. I fucking hate series so much. Then today, woke up and I went to go help my mum, and we watched, my dad has made a USB with a little video on it of, like, it's basically a compilation of like me from ages 0 to 2. And it is absolutely fucking crazy. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Like how I'm looking at this like tiny baby. Like a really small, stupid little baby. And it's just me. It's fucking me. And it's so weird. It's like I don't look anything like that. I do look, now that I'm seeing myself in the monitor, I do look kind of a bit like how I did when I was a kid. Like my eyes are the same. It's so odd. It's just so odd. I was such a sweet little boy. I was such a sweet little tender child. What happened? I know what happened, but yeah. Like I was watching it with my mum, and it was a bit rough. Because, like, I think I touched on this when we were speaking about amatonormativity. Like, my dad basically, like, cheated on my mum with... Like, here's the fucked up thing about my dad. Like, huge pedo vibes. Huge pedo vibes. But it's legal. So, he got away with it. But he was 27 when he met my mum. Do you know how old my mum was? He was 27. She was 16. 16. So fucked up. So fucking fucked up. Yeah, as soon as I said that, you remembered? Yeah. And, you know, I'm watching these videos and he's filming me, and, like, my mum was, like, 23 when she had me. And you could tell he, like, really loves me. He's, like, really, you know, he really cares about me. You can really tell. And he, like, loved, like, you know, filming me and watching what I was doing and stuff and all this kind of what have you. And my mum was watching it, and she was just like, the whole time she was just like shaking her head. It's like, I just don't understand how he could have done it, because what my dad was doing, little did my mum know, and little did anyone in our little perfect little family unit know. You know, like my granddad on my dad's side, my granddad on my mum's side, my grandma's, my uncles, none of us knew. Like, my dad was just fucking basically having an affair with another 17-year-old when I was like 0, from ages like 0 to 2. Worst thing about that is that's my fucking stepmom now. She's still in my life. You know, obviously not her fault. But that was a really weird thing to watch, you know? To be like, holy fucking shit, like, just like my dad being like that. And, you know, just seeing this, like, perfect, beautiful, like, it was gorgeous, you know what I mean? Like, watching, like, the footage of, like, my family, and, like, they're all, like, loving me and stuff, and, you know, it was just really sweet. And it's like, all that's going on behind the scenes. It's fucked. Incredibly surreal, incredibly fucked. So yeah. If only I had a time machine to warn your mom and stepmom. I know, yeah. And then we could have rid the world of me. And everyone will be far more thankful for it. Oh, God. So fucking weird. But anyway, I watched that, and it was very sweet to watch it. You know, you could tell that he, you know, he loves me a lot, and, you know, that my mum loved me a lot. Like, all my family were, like, absolutely obsessed with me and stuff. And in a good way, not in an unhealthy way, like, in a really healthy way. And, so then after that, I tore a bunch of bushes out of my mum's garden so I could take my fucking anger out on that. So that was great. And she made me some nice tea. So that's why I'm a little bit late today. But I'm here. I'm live. Babbling Goats in the chat. How you doing, you gorgeous bean? What's going on? Please go follow Babbling Goat. He is the best. One of the best, if not the best, streamers on twitch.tv. But we love you, Muel. That's right. Yes, you do. That's fucking right. Hey, Hell to Pay. How are you doing? What's going on? Right. Should we get it over with, gang? Should we get it over with? A little bit of news? Hey? What do you reckon? What are we going to be learning about today? That's the question. Hang on. Let me just think. I feel like I bookmarked some tweets for the stream today. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. I did. Okay. I'm going to show you this next. But first of all... Oh, it's a bank holiday, isn't it? Yeah, News Goblin Mode bank holiday. It is a bank... Yeah. Doing all right for a Monday. Headache aside, it's getting better today. Well, I'm sorry you've got a headache, Hell to Pay. That sucks. You get some water. You get hydrated. So... No, we're not making fun of Twitter. No, we're not making fun of Twitter yet. We're not going to make fun of Twitter at all. But we are going to check out the news. We are actually going to do that. So remember, gang, be kind to yourself. It's a short news segment. It's 14 minutes long. That probably means that this segment is going to be about 20 minutes long, maybe half an hour. Who knows? Holy shit, I've already been streaming for 30 minutes as well. That's crazy. Anyway, brief trip to Mordor. Then we learn. Hey, Val, how are you doing? What's going on? Welcome in. So yeah, short little bit of news. Be kind to yourself. There's going to be discussions of war, imperialism, violence. Come back in 30 minutes if you need to. If not, let's fucking dive in. Let's get right in. Hello, Amy.
The War and Peace Report. I'm Mimi Goodman. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi became the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit Ukraine over the weekend. Her surprise trip came just days after President Biden asked Congress for an additional $33 billion for Ukraine. During a meeting with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Pelosi vowed the United States would keep backing Ukraine militarily, quote, until the fight is done.
I love how he just wears, like, a fucking hoodie. You know, I'm no fan of Zelensky, but, like, he's just wearing a hoodie. You know, he's just wearing, like, a hoodie and cargo pants. There's something that I admire about that. Just as a person, you know? He's, like, the leader of a country, and he's just like, just whatever, just casual. I don't give a fuck. All these nerds in suits. I can't stand people in suits. They don't look good anyway. You know? It's not like, like, look at this fucking guy in the middle here. He doesn't even look good in a suit. He's not wearing a tie. None of these fuckers are wearing ties. You know, I'm sorry, but if you're wearing a suit, you've got to wear a tie. You've got to complete the look. Otherwise, what's the fucking point? Just like a bit of an idiot. Anyway. That just caught me off guard there. Zelensky wearing the fucking, the hoodie and shit.
We believe that we are visiting you.
Hey, Subided, how are you doing?
To say thank you for your fight for freedom. That we are.
Don't know a huge amount about Zelensky. Okay, so just like a brief bullet point breakdown of Zelensky. Conservative, slash libertarian, conservative slash libertarian, just allowed the actual pogroms of GRT communities in Ukraine, not done anything about it despite it being brought to his attention multiple times. Definitely doesn't give a shit about the rights of anyone who isn't white in Ukraine. Just generally speaking, like, just like a Joe Biden kind of guy, like, you know what I mean? Just like, you know, yeah, I'm like a liberal guy. I'm like a very liberal guy. But doesn't really do anything and just like completely corrupt. Had a bunch of money in offshore accounts, was exposed in the Panama Papers. You know? He's just like a standard president, you know, standard prime minister president nonsense. Nothing good, you know.
You're on a frontier of freedom, and that your fight is a fight for everyone. And
yeah, he's a more conservative Biden. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Seeing him in suits in pictures before the invasion is unreal. That's right. Was he also cracking down on left-wing parties in Ukraine as well? I got told that I was being, I was furthering Russian propaganda by pointing that out. But yes, he's absolutely abolished any kind of left-wing party. It's like, here's the thing. People were saying like, no, they were pro-Kremlin, like they were pro-Russia and stuff. And it's like, do people not realize that in Ukraine, there's like a large swathe of the population who want to be part of Russia? Like, that's what this is kind of like about, you know? It's, I don't know. Like, it's just better to like not have a take about this stuff on Twitter. Like, people will just be like, you know what? You know, you're a fucking XYZ because you didn't mention this and this and this. And it's like, bro, I've got 240 characters. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to fucking do? You know? Hey, Katrina, how are you doing? He declared martial law. He's never abolished a single Nazi party. Right, yeah, there you go. You know, yeah, it's kind of telling when it's like, there are literal Nazis in the military and there are paramilitaries who are getting funded by the government and the US as well within Ukraine, and nothing is done about that. But as soon as it's a left-wing party, oh yeah, they're pro-Kremlin. They're pro-Russia, pro-Kremlin. Even if they're not, you know, even if there's not any like openly open claims by the parties to be like in support of Russia or like the what would you call it? I won't call it an annexation, but like the incorporation of certain regions of Ukraine into Russia. Even if they've not openly spoken about that, they're like, oh yeah, they're pro-Kremlin because they're against the government. So, you know.
so our commitment is to be there for you until the fight is done.
On Friday, the Pentagon confirmed U.S. troops are now training.
States absolutely suck. My only take at the moment about like, you know, well, it's been going on since the whole thing. It's just like, I'm just so frustrated with liberals who are just putting like the Ukraine flag in their Twitter bio and they're just like cheering for Ukraine. They're like, yeah, fuck up the Russians and shit. And it's like, none of these people want to be fighting in a war. Like, you can't tell me that there are like, sure, there's probably some soldiers who are like bloodthirsty fucks who, you know, are just going to get off on that shit. But think about the amount of people who have been drafted into that war. Like, they don't want to fight. There's like multiple trans women who've been like forced to fight in the Ukraine army because the state doesn't recognize them as women and they draft every single person that they, you know, say is a man. It's fucked. It's absolutely fucked.
Ukrainian soldiers in Germany on the use of advanced weapons. Over the weekend, Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, said the U.S. and NATO should stop arming Ukraine if they're, quote, really interested in resolving the Ukraine crisis.
And I think that that's it too, right? I think that that's it too. I think that like, this is something that Chomsky said, right? Like, and I said this last week when I was covering this last week. I was like, why are there not like constant, every single fucking day, right? Diplomacy talks. Why are we not doing absolutely everything that we can to prevent war, to prevent the death and destruction of people, right? Why is that not happening? Why is the USA just like, no, more money, more weapons, more money? You know? It's so fucked. Yeah, the military here are totally full of fash as well. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's absolutely spot on. Yeah, I agree. I saw a trans woman speak at a demo who fled from Ukraine. She had to run from the Ukrainian military. That extremely fucked up. Extremely fucked up. Ugh, so fucked. Yeah, it's Lockheed Martin and Raytheon. Yeah, they love this shit. This is what it's all about. It's just like so bad. So fucking bad.
Unquote.
Look, here we go. Someone from Twitter in the chat. There's someone from Twitter in the chat. Why are you not saying Eid Mubarak? Thanks, Shafiq. Yeah, fuck that guy. You whites are really not about inclusion. Okay, man. Sure. Like, you are right, but, like, you know, come on, man. Do me a fucking favor. I said it in the fucking Discord.
Meanwhile,
by the way, also, Eid Mubarak to everyone who celebrates.
the Ukrainian government says about 100 civilians have been able to evacuate the besieged Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol after the United Nations helped establish what it described as...
I may be wrong, but isn't Russia refusing negotiations as long as Ukraine isn't willing to surrender or make territorial concessions? I don't know about that much, but regardless, it's like there still should be like as many attempts as possible to like delay the murder of innocents, civilians and soldiers in these wars. You know what I mean? Like, they just don't see soldiers as people. They don't see the people in this war as people. That's the issue I take with all of it, really. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's the issue you all take with it as well. Hey, Mr. Dank, how you doing? What's going on?
As a safe passage operation. One evacuee said she's been staying inside a basement in the steel plant for 2 months after her home was destroyed.
We lived in the basement starting from the 27th of February. We didn't leave the basement because our house is in close proximity to Azovstal. The whole time we were shelled with mines, and then airstrikes started. Our house is completely destroyed. We have a 2-story building. It's not there anymore. It burned to the ground.
Hundreds more civilians and many fighters remain trapped at the steel plant in Mariupol, but Russia has reportedly resumed shelling the plant. This comes as the United Nations says the number of Ukrainians who fled the country has now topped 5.5 million. In other developments, a Russian rocket attack has destroyed an airfield in southern Ukraine. Meanwhile, a large fire broke out at a Russian military facility Sunday in the southern Belgorod region, which borders Ukraine. It's the latest incident suggesting Ukraine's carrying out attacks inside Russia. In other news from Ukraine, the Associated Press is reporting Ukrainian authorities have arrested hundreds of people accused of collaborating with the Russians. Ukraine is currently under martial law, which gives authorities the power to detain anyone without a court order for 30 days.
And this shit is so fucked. Like, I just, like, you know, when you say anything about this, people give you an uncharitable read, right? But it's like when you see the shit that is happening in Ukraine, like what the military are doing to people, you know, I've seen fucking like GRT people, because of course they're going after GRT people. They're some of the most vulnerable people, and LGBTQIA plus people being like tied to fucking lampposts. And when I say tied to lampposts, I mean like duct taped and like whipped and shit like that. It's fucked. You know, getting their ass out and whipping the fuck out of them and shit. Because they're like paranoid as fuck that everybody is colluding with Russia and stuff. Like, these motherfuckers, like, you know, again, this is criticism of the Ukrainian government and the military rather than the Ukrainian people, right? But this government and military, they've not been prepared for this whatsoever. Like, they have, like, no fucking form of, I guess, like, effective intelligence, effective subterfuge in order to be able to help them in this fight. So, and of course, because of the fascism in amongst their ranks and possibly in the government, we don't know, it's descended into paranoia. Like, complete absurd paranoia. Anyone who says fucking everything... anyone who says fucking anything remotely considered to be possibly anti-war, like, it might even just be like anti-war. You know? Like, I don't think we should be fighting this war. Right, we're going to tie you to a fucking lamppost and beat you. Madness. I'm saying GRT. Yeah, that's the, I mean, so the first word is a word that, you know, basically white people shouldn't be saying. Yeah, I don't know how comfortable I am with just like even people saying it in the chat, because it's just like, it's used as a slur. Do you know what I mean? So like, thanks for trying to explain that, Kiri. But like, yeah, it's the G word, Romani traveler community, basically. So that's why we say the GRT community.
The AP reports nearly 400
Hey, Louisa
people
King, how
have
you
been
doing?
detained in the Kharkiv region alone. Dozens of pro-Russian activists have also been detained in Kyiv.
So, and here's the thing, pro-Russian activists as well. You know, like I've said, like this is a thing that like so many people just don't know, and they're like, yeah, like there are people in Ukraine who are like, there's this one specific bit of Ukraine, and they're like, yeah, we don't want to be part of this country anymore. And it's like, should we, you know, should we tell these people that their opinion doesn't count? Like, even though wanting to be part of Russia is absolutely absurd in my books, you know, but there's a whole swathe of people in Ukraine who want this, you know? Hey, Stalker, how are you doing? I also tire of the constant trope of this government can't have Nazis in it. They have a Jewish president. Yeah, like, I'd ask them to, like, do a little bit of learning about World War II and the sheer amount of Jewish Nazis that legit were like, oh, no, it's fine. If I do what they want, they won't kill my family. Like, what makes you think that you can't be a Nazi just because you're Jewish? Like, you know? Like, okay, Nazis symbolize like a specific hatred of you know, Jewish people, I guess. But fascism in general is like, you know, what do they think Israel is? What do they think Israel is? Like, do they think Israel is like, oh, there's no way Israel could be a fascist state because there's lots of Jews there. The government is all Jewish. Like, what are you talking about? What was that? Doesn't make any sense. You know? So absurd. So absolutely absurd.
Republican Congressmember Adam Kinzinger has introduced a joint resolution to give President Biden congressional authority to send U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine if Russia deploys chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons. Kinzinger unveiled his plan during an interview on CBS's Face the Nation.
I don't think we need to be using force in Ukraine right now. I just introduced an AUMF, an authorization for the use of military force, giving the president basically congressional leverage or permission to use it if WMDs, nuclear, biological, or chemical, are used in Ukraine.
A Ukrainian journalist died Thursday in Kyiv in a Russian missile strike on the...
Right, exactly. Like, he's not like... Yeah, like, he may not be a Nazi. As far as I'm concerned, yeah. He, like, for sure just allows Nazis to exist, right? In his fucking, you know, in his fucking military and shit like that. He's as much of a Nazi, in my opinion, as, like, Boris Johnson, right? You know? Shit like that. But, yeah, you cannot, like, your Jewishness doesn't protect you, the government, from having Nazis, exactly, yeah. Kissinger, is he related to Kissinger, this guy? Hey, Gunman Master, how are you doing? What's going on? The Israeli government has bafflingly mixed opinions on Nazis. Yeah, it's absurd, yeah. Absolutely absurd. Even if he's Jewish, he's doing Nazi apologism now. Right, exactly, yeah. Fascism, ironically, is universal. Uh-huh, yeah. It can pop up within any demographic with power. Yeah, that's right.
In the apartment building where she lived. The journalist Vera Hirich worked for the U.S.-funded outlet Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty.
No way.
According to Ukrainian authorities, she's the 23rd known member of the media to be killed since Russia launched its invasion. Meanwhile, a former U.S. Marine has died while fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. Willie Joseph Cancel died last Monday. His mother said he was working for...
This is the one thing that like stresses me, and I've said this, like I said this last week, I'm pretty sure of it, that when libs talk about why it's important that we fight a proxy war in Ukraine, because then the Russians know that they're not fighting against US troops, and therefore they're not gonna like use nuclear weapons or like start World War III. they have absolutely no conception that there are just like people from the US literally going to Ukraine to fight for Ukraine. Like, you know, and the US government is funding that shit. I wouldn't be surprised if the US had like a little fucking cheeky little channel where like they know about people who are interested in fighting in the war in Ukraine in their country, and then they go, hey, just send them a DM, just like, hey, just the CIA here, just letting you know that if you want, we could just fund you to go over there. That's fine. Like, just get it done, you know? As for your take on Israel, this is actually how a lot of people think in Germany. Yeah, I know. I've heard about the sort of neo-lib German takes on Israel. It's so fucking stupid. So absurd. Welcoming Nazis is a British tradition. Yes, Neville Chamberlain, you fuck. Absolute fuck. I've been saying for a while now that Russia and the US are both angling to turn Ukraine into another Vietnam. They don't want World War III. They want another Cold War because both Putin and the US know how good those are for the dominant powers involved. I think you're right, actually. I think that's actually a pretty based opinion, and I don't think it's going to stop. Like, you know, at Ukraine. I feel like this shit's just going to go on until it gets to, like, Poland and other Eastern European states. Might even end up in Finland. And, you know, Biden's just going to use Europe as a buffer and just be like, oh, it's okay. You know, the people in Europe, we don't give a fuck about them, so we're just going to send them to war. Because they're all the way over there on the fucking Atlantic, you know? It's just ridiculous. Yeah, it's already been going on with Syria and Yemen. Yeah, for sure. It's almost Rhodesian in its reach to teach weird white dickheads in other... Yeah. Reach to weird white dickheads in other countries, yeah. It's such a mess. I've seen Polish people saying that they're prepping for it. Yeah. That's right. They want to turn every border state between side A and side B into an amorphous blob of messy proxy wars. Yeah, defo. Yeah. That is what the Syria shit is as well. Yeah. Hey, Astral, by the way. And hey, Queen Pip, how are you doing? Use promo code State Department and get 50% off on Travelocity. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Go follow Queen Pip, by the way. Phenomenal streamer. Please go and show us some love. Biden wants this to go on as long as possible because it might help with the midterms. Yeah, it's all he's got. It's all he's got. It's actually all he's got. Discrotta says, I feel like most people just don't know how horrifying nuclear weapons actually are. It's a bit like the end of the world. It's kind of too big to imagine. I disagree. I think that lots of people do know how horrifying nuclear weapons are. It's just that, like, what can you do about it? I think lots of people's opinions are like, what can I do about this this complete fucking leveler? You know, what can I do about this, as you say quite rightly, world-ending horrific power that's in the hands of madmen? You know? That's it. It's super fucked. Hey Galaspa, how you doing? Hey Quill. Hey Vampire Hunter D, welcome in. What's going on? I doubt they go after Poland as that's a NATO member. Well, we'll see anyway, you know? I don't know. Let's see.
Private military contractor, the name of the
I actually watched a video. Speaking of nuclear weapons, I actually watched a video about the Tsar bomber nuclear blast, right? And that shit is absolutely absurd. That shit is absurd. If one of those gets fucking any city, literally any city in any country, it's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. The world is fucked, right? It's kind of like, so a Tsar bomber, the initial blast thing, right, will completely decimate the entirety of London. And the area surrounding London, 3rd degree burns, everybody, right? And then in an area that reaches all the way up to Manchester, people's fucking windows will be blown out. It will be so fucked. It'd be so fucked. Yeah, the shockwaves will circle the world several times. It'll do so much. It'll do so fucking much. Yeah, they blew up an entire island with one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. I can't wait to watch that documentary about Oppenheimer, you know. Who's filming that? I know Cillian Murphy's starring in it, right? Hey Gamer James, how you doing? During the interview, is there anything about you that you could grow better? Huh? What? What are you talking about? Okay.
Companies not been released. European Union energy ministers are holding emergency talks today about a proposal
Christopher Nolan, that's right, yeah.
Import of Russian oil by the end of the year. Hungary's threatened to veto the measure.
Oh my God!
I called my aunt in Poland the other day. She lives near the Ukrainian border. She has exactly two mindsets right now. Wanting to get out the country out of fear and wanting to stay in order to help Ukrainian refugees. It's completely fucked.
Wait, she said fuck. She said fuck. Wait, she normally doesn't swear. Cynthia, thank you so much for the 2 months of subscription. I am very thankful. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your aunt as well. Yeah. Imagine having to deal with that. Yeah. Sending huge, lovely vibes to her. Also, hi, Saf Sophie. Welcome in. Plus, the US can't afford to turn us into a blob of proxy wars. They need us to host their nukes and serve as a convenient launch ramp to the Middle East. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Yeah, like, geopolitics doesn't just, like, start and end with Russia, right? Russians have lost at least a quarter of their total amount of armored vehicles and probably more. You've got to wonder, like, why it's so important for them. Queen Pib!
Wait, as TTS lady fucking swearing now.
She's fucking swearing now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Queen Pip, for the 10 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for the subbage. Lurking in the chat, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate all the lurkers, that's right. Thank you so much for lurking. Wasn't Oppenheimer banned from carrying out further research after the Manhattan Project because he was a socialist? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. Yeah, nuclear weapons are insane. Yeah, I don't know about the Davy Crockett nuclear bazooka, though. What, is that like the fat man from Fallout? Whoa! What's this? Is it gonna read it? Why does it not read it? Why does it not fucking read it? Oh, because it's the donos that she doesn't read when it swears. Oh, Sorka, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Chat, if you did not know, I make most of my income via twitch.television. If you want to help me, if you want to see me thrive, if you want to see me survive, please consider donating via the sub off Twitch command in the chat. It will donate directly to my PayPal. And not only does that mean that 100% of the money that you donate will go directly to me and 50% won't go to Twitch, it also means that we're making a statement to Twitch in taking some money away from them, because this platform is not safe for marginalized people. They've made that very clear multiple times. And you get some cool incentives as well. Like if we reach the halfway point of £400, we will be unlocking movie night for the Discord. We'll be watching a movie in the Discord. The Threads, yeah, Threads movie. I've heard of Threads. That could be good for movie night, yeah. Generally speaking, I have a bit of an incentive if we hit the halfway dono goal before the middle of the month. We'll have a double feature, so bear that in mind. And also, what did I say I'd be doing? Gandalf cosplay stream? I can't remember what that was. Gandalf cosplay? That's the goal for this month, isn't it? I'm going to dress as Gandalf. Threads is definitely not casual viewing. Very jolly movie night. We'll watch a nice one afterwards. We'll watch that first, and then we'll watch a nice one. How about that? So then you can come and watch that if you want, and if you don't want to watch that, you can join us for the nicer one, you know? But anyway, yeah. There's the spiel. If you're not financially able to support the stream, do not worry, because what you can do instead is simply retweet the Go Live tweet. That's all you have to do. That would be fucking awesome. Get more eyes on the stream. That would be very John Poggers. Anyway, let's continue with the news.
This comes as big oil is reporting significant profits as the war in Ukraine disrupts.
Oh my god, Tommy Guns!
No swear testing. Sonic 2 was pretty good too.
Tommy Guns, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for the £5. I deleted my Twitter, sadly. I don't blame you, Discrotter. I genuinely don't blame you. But yeah, thank you so much, Tommy Guns. Appreciate that. We're now at £15. That's a great start to the month. Thank you so much, everybody.
Disrupts global energy markets. Over the first 3 months of the year, Chevron reported $6.3 billion in profits. Exxon.
Fuck Chevron so much. Who was here for the Red Planet last night where Tim was telling us about Chevron in Ecuador? Holy shit. Fuck Chevron. Not just because they're a big petrochemical company. Like, the shit that they did to Steven Donziger. Like, oh my fucking God. Yeah, you could share the stream elsewhere. For sure, you can do that. That is an option as well, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, it was totally, that was fucking mortifying, wasn't it? Yeah, that's the way to word it. Corporate prison, hell yeah. I don't have Twitter, but I do try and goblin pill my friends. That's what I like to hear. Word of mouth. Word of mouth is good for any organization.
On mobile reported
And yes, my stream is an organization. That's what I'm referring to it as now. We're all organizing together. I don't know what we're organizing, but yeah.
$5.5 billion in profits. Meanwhile, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has criticized how fossil fuel companies are responding to the war. In a tweet, he wrote, quote, "Fossil fuel interests are now cynically using the war in Ukraine to try to lock in a high-carbon future. A shift to renewables is crucial to mending our broken global energy mix and offering hope to millions suffering climate impacts today." In Afghanistan.
He's right. He's right. Hey, Emmy Faye, how are you doing? Organizing our little goblin village. Why did she read his name in Italian? What do you mean? In Italian? How could you say a name in a different language? You mean in an accent?
To try to fossil fuel companies are responding to the war. Global energy markets. Over the first 3 months of the year, Chevron reported $6.3 billion in profits. ExxonMobil reported $5.5 billion in profits. Meanwhile, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has criticized how fossil
She said it normal. She said it very normal.
Fuel companies are responding to the war. In a tweet, he wrote, quote, "Fossil fuel interests are..."
Well, I say normal. She said it extremely Englishly. In extreme English. The O is pronounced differently in Portuguese. Antonio. Is it like Antonio, not Antonio? Is that what you mean?
Are now cynically using the war in Ukraine to try to lock in a high-carbon future.
Okay, we saw this, yeah. We saw this.
Sufi mosque in Kabul.
What's this?
A powerful explosion ripped through a prominent Sufi mosque in Kabul Friday in a latest attack on civilians during the month of Ramadan. The blast caused the mosque's roof to cave in on worshippers. The confirmed death toll is 10, but some officials say 50 people may have died in the blast.
That's so fucked. In Kabul? That is so... So who's doing this in Kabul? The Taliban? I don't understand why the Taliban would blow up a mosque. Like, maybe if the mosque was, like, being, like, a little bit, like, nice to women and gays or something. I don't know.
200,000 Palestinian worshippers gathered at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in occupied East Jerusalem to mark Eid. Over the past month, Israeli authorities have repeatedly raided the mosque. At least 42 Palestinians were injured Friday. Meanwhile, Israel's conducted a number of raids in the occupied West Bank after the killing.
The same reason a Christian might shoot up a church, but, like... But that's also just as mystifying. Like, why would a Christian shoot up a church? It's just not... It wasn't shit enough for their taste. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know, maybe it was like a refuge for women or something. I don't know. Maybe the person running it... There's just, like, not enough information there, is there, you know? Oh, Sufism, it's like a different sect, right? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, yeah. I think you're right.
Killing of a guard at an illegal Jewish settlement. The Al-Aqsa Mortars Brigade claimed responsibility for the shooting. 2 suspects were arrested. Israeli authorities also fatally shot a young Palestinian man in the back during a raid in the West Bank town of Azun.
Fucking hell.
Millions of protesters took to the streets of cities and towns around the world Sunday to mark May
That is a fucked up joke, 30 Bird. Don't be fucking making jokes like that. That is super fucked up.
National Workers' Day. In France, tens of thousands marched through Paris.
Like, I get what you're saying, but like, let's not like, you know, I don't know. It just feels really fucking wrong, like making a joke about like a bunch of people dying from another time that a bunch of people died. Don't do that, you know?
Newly re-elected President Emmanuel Macron
That's all right.
against rolling back workers' rights. Unions say they're prepared to strike.
More likely Al-Qaeda than anyone else? Oh, it might not be, yeah, it might not even be the Taliban. That's a good point. That's a good point, yeah. I'm not seeing anyone claiming responsibility for that mosque bombing yet, but other bombings in Afghanistan were done by the Islamic State. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, so fucked.
If Macron presses ahead with plans to slash unemployment and pension benefits while raising the age of retirement from 62 to 65.
Oh, fuck Macron, man.
Macron has just been re-elected, but he was re-elected to stop the far right. Yes, but not for his program. And so today I think it is important to show Macron and the rest of the political world that we are ready to protest to defend our social rights, defend what we stand for, defend minorities, minimum wages, retirement age at 60, and many other things.
In Turkey, police arrested more than 160 people Sunday after protesters ignored a ban on protest in Istanbul's main Taksim Square. In Chile, 3 people were wounded by gunfire at a May Day rally in the capital Santiago after vigilante street vendors opened fire on the May Day protesters. Elsewhere in Santiago, thousands...
That's one based French, dude. You know who is also based, and I watched a video by her the other day? Alice... How do I say this? Alice Capel? Yeah. She's really good. I watched a video by her the other day. Go and check out her channel. Alice Capel, that video that I've linked you there is about why she hates her country. She talks about Macron, about the history of Macron and stuff like that. Nice, concise 13-minute video. Really, really good. Really appreciated that. You know, it's very easy to absorb. Very, very good information packed in there. So yeah, definitely highly recommend Alice Capel.
March to celebrate a 12.5% increase in the minimum wage approved by the newly elected government of the socialist president, Gabriel Boric. In Buenos Aires, thousands of protesters marched to demand a reversal of austerity measures Argentina recently agreed to in exchange for a bailout from the IMF.
No, they're increasing it to 65, Cynthia. They're increasing the retirement age to 65, and it was 62. Yeah, I wish every country was a bit more like the French, you know? Not just the French, but, you know... I keep hearing about like more and more incredibly inspiring stories from autonomous administrations all around the world, like the Rojava, the Zapatistas. You know, I had no idea that the Zapatistas was like an indigenous-led or like indigenous-focused autonomous sort of collective, a bunch of different autonomous districts in Mexico. Well, what is known as Mexico, you know? Yeah, fucking great.
IMF. Here in the United States, hundreds of May Day protesters marched in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in support of immigrant workers. Protesters organized 2 days without Latinxes and immigrants, calling on Republican lawmakers to stop blocking immigration reform and demanding President Biden use his executive powers to protect...
Yeah, the EZLN. Yeah, so fucking cool.
...all immigrants. In Sri Lanka, opposition parties ended a week-long march to the capital, Colombo, on May Day, with thousands of protesters demanding relief from a devastating economic crisis and calling on President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to resign. For months, Sri Lanka's faced dire shortages of food, fuel, and medicine amidst mounting foreign debt and government corruption. On Friday, President Rajapaksa agreed to remove his older brother as prime minister as part of a plan to form an interim government made up of all parties in parliament. The leader of Sri Lanka's main opposition party rejected the plan as insufficient.
The country can't be rescued by making deals with thieves. I would like to tell you all that we have taken a decision not to make any deals with a government of thieves or their partners.
Hell yeah.
In the state of Georgia, prosecutors in Fulton County are moving ahead with convening a special grand jury to consider whether Donald Trump should be criminally charged for his efforts to pressure Georgia's Secretary of State and other officials to overturn the 2020 election.
Right. That's an interesting thing. How's that going to go down? Because we know how it goes down when people try and sue like big corporations that make a lot of money, right? How much fucking money does Trump have now? That's the real question. Like, is he still a billionaire? Was he ever a billionaire? Is he a millionaire? I don't know. But I think it'd be extremely funny if they went to put Donald Trump in prison, in a state prison as well. I think that would be fucking hilarious.
Jury selection begins today. Meanwhile, in New York, a grand jury looking into Trump's business practices has wrapped up without bringing charges against the former president.
What's that about? He's going to go scot-free? Yeah, probably, yeah. Given he's gone so silent, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump just doesn't have any money anymore. Yeah, that's right, yeah.
The Biden administration has sued the state of Alabama, seeking to block a new law.
Wait, the Telegraph now calls 70-year-olds as mid-lifers. Wait, what? That's so ridiculous. Trump is a billionaire? $3 billion? Okay. I don't see how they can find 12 impartial jurors in GA. So I know people who live in Georgia. I know people who live in Atlanta. And what they say is that, like, the city of Atlanta, Georgia is, like, pretty fucking based. Pretty fucking cool. But as soon as you get, like, out of the city and into the suburbs, that's where you tend to find, like, the Trump flags and stuff like that, you know? But yeah, maybe like the state of Georgia alone. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think he'll serve a second in jail either. But it would be funny. Where's the UK's population of 140-year-olds? Buckingham Palace. Probably.
Barring gender-affirming medicine for transgender youth while making it a felony to provide such care. In a court filing Friday...
This is so fucked. This is extremely fucked. Like, making it a felony to provide care, to, like, provide health care. For trans people. It's so fucked. It's so fucked. I saw an interesting thread today on Twitter, though. And that was about the attempt to call all trans-affirming healthcare in the 80s. So in a period in between like 1996 and 2012, they called it all experimental so that it wouldn't be covered by certain medical aid welfare things or something, you know? And of course that was overturned in 2012. It's not the case. That's not the case anymore. And they are absolutely desperate to try and do this now. That's why we're seeing so many bills at the same time. That's why we're seeing so many bills in different states at the same time. It's like what Sophie was talking about. It's like fire hosing, because they are reliant on not just trans people, but their allies to not say anything and not do anything about this in order to inspire, you know, basically a bunch of despair, right? And it's like, so people just won't do anything, and then this will lead, if it goes through, if, you know, people in these states, trans kids in these states, they won't survive. They won't survive. Trans people in the chat obviously know this. You know, that's just how it works. If you do not get treatment for your dysphoria, you will fucking die. That's how it goes, right? You know? So it just fucking sucks so bad. But it was a pretty inspiring thread, you know? It said that we beat it in the past and we'll beat it again. And I believe we will. I believe we will beat it. It sadly won't be without, you know, a bunch of horrific shit happening to people who don't deserve it, but we will beat them again. 100%. 1000%. They're not going to erase trans people out of existence. They literally can't. It's like part of the human experience, you know? In the same way that being queer is as well, you know? Like, it's just so fucked. My theory on the anti-trans push in the US right now is because the right wing are trying to keep labor stories out of the news cycle. That makes a lot of sense, to be honest, you know? That makes a lot of sense. The majority of cis public are trans supportive but uninformed. They see trans advocacy as someone else's problem. Yeah, I agree. I think you're right about that. Which is why it's so important for cis allies to speak the fuck up. Absolutely. You know? The first gender affirming surgery was like 30 years before that. Before the first successful open heart surgery. Ooh, that's cool. Girl at my school who's trying to jumpstart her far-right media careers but doxing queer folk at my school and tagging Andy Ngo in tweets and faking vandalism crimes on herself for content, and the government of our state is on her side in this shit. Of course it is. It's so fucked. Super fucked. My campus is quickly becoming a far-right content farm and the school admin won't do shit. Ugh, I'm so sick of just like fucking centrist liberal school admins not taking a side in this. It sucks so much, you know? It's fucked. I think now is a super important time for online activism and community grassroots activism to connect. I know firsthand that online community helped me discover who I am in high school. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely.
The Justice Department argues the ban violates the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which guarantees equal protection under the law. It's the first time the administration sued to stop state restrictions on gender-affirming care, and comes as Republican-controlled state legislatures are set to break records for the number of new anti-LGBTQ+ bills introduced across the United States. In Florida, 3 prison guards have been charged with the murder for the beating death of a handcuffed man who was being moved from a prison's mental health unit. Authorities accuse the guards of beating the man even though he was in handcuffs and being compliant. In a statement, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement said, quote, "The inmate was beaten so badly he had to be carried to the transport van," unquote. Miami-Dade State Attorney Catherine Fernandez-Rundle announced the charges.
Misconduct, abuse, or criminal behavior have no place in Florida's correctional system. Individuals who are sentenced to incarceration by our criminal courts, they have lost their freedom, but not their basic rights.
New government data shows the FBI conducted at least 3.4 million searches of private electronic data from American.
Sorka says, I genuinely am one more turf sea lining campaign about sports away from becoming an advocate for banning organised competitive sport. I mean, aside from the trans thing, I'm generally of the opinion that most athletes were basically groomed into it. I think that's a pretty interesting opinion, and I actually agree. I think competitive sport sucks. I think that, like, people should absolutely be allowed to practice sport and, you know, doing stuff like that. I think it's incredibly good for you. But I do think the culture of sport and competitive sports in general is extremely harmful. Extremely harmful. You know, it plays into the idea that there is like a better person that exists in the world. Do you know what I mean? How many Olympic athletes genuinely chose that life for themselves? I think a lot of kids are forced into doing it for sure, because it's like they might express like an interest in swimming, for example, when they're young. They might be just like very good at swimming, and then like a bunch of pushy parents, obviously, because, you know, if you can make money off your kid, why would you not? That's how capitalism actually, if we're going to talk about grooming, that's how capitalism grooms parents into grooming their kids to be fucking professional athletes and stuff, right? You know? I think that that's like an extremely good point to make, you know? It's really fucked up. It's really fucked up. What's the thing about ballet dancers practicing from childhood in a way that actually changes their bone growth? Yep, extremely fucked up. Extremely fucked up. We should cancel all sports until we figure out what's going on. Yes, I agree. You know, super fucked. Olympic figure skaters are literally pushed so hard they're aged out in their early 20s. And there's that too. You know? I think you get far more kids being pushed into being doctors and stuff. I think it's probably about the same. Because if you think about it, it's like if both things are parents demanding things of their kids that makes them money in it, right? Because they think, oh, well, that means my kid will look after me when I'm older. And that's what it is. It's a selfish decision. And both things, it's easily like, you know, if you look at it from a point of like, okay, if you're going to like try and force a kid to do something they don't want to do, both things, you know, both things are pretty bad. And also, yeah, that's a good point. Generally, as a doctor, your career's not over by 28. That's true. Hello, Plank. How are you doing? Welcome in. There's no support afterwards for athletes who have to leave their sport. That's true. A friend of mine wrote a big thing about how doing competitive sports messed up their ability to set healthy boundaries. Yeah, it's super fucked up. Like, and, you know, like, so the only professional sport I've ever been involved in is Muay Thai. And I got to like a semi-professional level, right? And the way that trainers make you think and make you push yourself while also not providing you a correct amount of care while you're training to be like push your body to its limits it's super problematic. It's the way that my trainers were basically like, right, you have to like you know, you have to like get from this weight to this weight to make your fight, and if you don't make your fight, then, you know, you're worthless, basically. It's just so fucked. And then while you're trying to get that weight, like, you ask your trainer, like, all right, what should I be eating? And they're like, I don't know. Just lose weight, bro. Easy. Doctors pushed into it. Just ignore their patients. Yeah, and that sucks too. That also sucks. You know, I don't know why you think that doesn't suck just as much as, you know, as the athlete thing. I think it's extremely similar. My MMA and boxing coaches used to be horrible to me on weight management. The weight management stuff is so fucked. It's so fucked. Athletes basically all have horrific eating disorders. Yep. The main reason that I did keto was because when I was doing Muay Thai and I wanted to lose weight fast, the only fucking diet advice I was getting was from the fucking Joe Rogan podcast. And of course, Joe Rogan, insane advice. So I did like an incredibly harmful thing for my body because my trainers were not willing to explain to me what I should be doing to get to where they need me to be. You know, it's really bad. FD Sig made a great video about how competitive sports is also extremely racist. I agree. I think it fucking certainly is. Yeah. Football players will get treated like either rock stars or scum of the earth by spectators. I remember a horrible moment in the AFL when a person of color player got a free kick and was called a racist slur by a fan from the opposite team. He got so understandably upset that he gave up the free kick. It's fucked. Yeah, it's so fucked. Extremely racist. And, you know, you've got to remember that in the American football, like the NFL and stuff, some of these kids, they go in, they're doing it in college. That's like young as fuck. They're like 18 and they go out and they do this professional sport where if you like get hit in a bit of a weird way, you can end up having the brain of like a 70-year-old Alzheimer patient just by like getting brain damage so much because you fucking slam into each other at such like high velocities. You're like slamming your fucking head all the fucking time against the fucking ground, against each other, like fucking hell. It's hella fucked up. You know, there's so much wrong with sports. There's so much wrong. Yeah, why the fuck do we allow this to exist? Seriously, capital. It's capital. It's capital. The talent pipeline for gridiron. Is that how you say it? Gridiron football in America is a huge exploitation pipeline. Yeah, that's right. That is right. Most of these kids are doing full contact before high school even. Yeah, that's right. Hey, Wrigley, what's going on? What we talking about? Yeah, we're stun locked. Stun locked on sports. But yeah, that's a good point. Let's crack on with the news.
Last year without a warrant. That's triple the number.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Electronic data from American.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
At least 3.4 million searches of private electronic data from Americans last year without a warrant. That's triple the number from the previous year. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence released the data Friday, which showed how many times the FBI submitted queries to a database of emails, texts, and other electronic domestic communications. It's unclear how many individuals were spied on.
There are fucking cops everywhere. Absolutely fucking everywhere. I shared this the other day because I saw a bunch of people who were just getting like, you know, getting into really long, unnecessary arguments with TERFs. Like fucking, you know, government is created so poor people don't kill rich. I was created to ban you from the chat, you fucking idiot. Fuck off. Okay. Wait, was that a base take? Wait, that was a bit of a base take. Okay, I'll give you another chance. I'm gonna unban you. I feel like I read that really wrong. I think you might be talking about the police for sure. I agree if you mean the police. Anyway. No, it doesn't matter. I've got ADHD brain. Okay, so I missed it completely. This new person said government is created so poor people don't kill the rich. It's actually a bit of a good take. Actually a bit of a good take. That's my bad, Wrigley. I'm on high alert. So I apologize for just banning you for no reason. I didn't read your take right. The government protects the rich. That's right. Yeah. So listen, anyway. You will see people like TERFs and people in movements, yeah, who may not be TERFs, they may appear to be like leftists at first glance and stuff, do things like this. Talk as frequently as possible and at great length, right? Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible, haggle over precise wordings, refer back to matters decided upon at the last meeting, attempt to reopen the question of advisability on that decision, be worried about the propriety of any decision, right? Now, if you are an online leftist, I'm sharing CIA pamphlets, that's right. If you are an online leftist, this will read as debate bros. And you wouldn't be wrong. I'm absolutely convinced that most debate bros are just fucking cops. I'm convinced of it. Because they don't fucking achieve shit. You know? And this is what they do. Like, you know, when I say in my video, I don't know if you've seen my video on Vosh, but like, it's not about like platforming fascists to like, you know, what you're going to talk about. You're going to debate a fascist idea. We've already decided that fascist ideas are not worth discussion. So why are we doing it? Do you know what I mean? Why are we doing it? Why are we entertaining these decisions? These people are going back to haggle over precise wordings, refer back to matters decided upon previously, you know? And it's all for content. No, it's all right, Wrigley. Yeah, I read what you said wrong. But yeah, what you said is basically right. Yeah, absolutely. Do they even have to have a badge to be a cop? Can they just be cops in spirit? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Lots of people are cops. And sometimes you will see, like, leftists who are trying their best, but they have, like, Twitter posting disease, and they become cops as well, right? You know, I was talking about this before, about people who, like, you know, they see a take on Twitter, and they're like, oh, but you didn't mention this, so obviously you're a piece of shit, etc., 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 and it turns people into cops. And we need to really, really be aware of that when we're criticizing people, especially when we're criticizing each other on the left, that we don't just turn into cops, you know, that we allow people like a certain amount of grace to get things wrong and, you know, learn from it and grow from it. But we have to not be cops. We have to really remember that our society was founded by puritanical Catholics, you know, who are fucking Puritans, you know, and for a lot of us, that Puritanism, it just like stays within us because that's what our society teaches us to do. You know, it's like in The Matrix when they say anyone can be Agent Smith. And it's true. Absolutely anybody could be Agent Smith at any time. Yeah, the first cop you've got to abolish is the one in your head. Absolutely, yeah. Cops in my small country work for the mafia and not for us citizens. I mean, that's basically the case in every country. This is why all cops are bastards. You know? There was zines circling in our community from a womanist in Texas warning that feds literally self-report through misogyny and ableism, but are forgiven by the greater community for being able to reach the mainstream. Yeah, that's what it is. That's absolutely what it is. 100%. It also reads as every disruptive person I've had to shut up at meetings so we can actually get things done. If there is a person like this in your movement, this is why I ban. I'm really trigger happy with the bans. Because as soon as someone is being like, oh, you didn't do this, you didn't say this, you didn't do that, let's talk about that, that's a cop, in my opinion. Fuck off. You know? I don't want cops in my chat. I don't want cops in my community. Fuck off. So, it's one of them, innit? But yeah, anyway, I wanted to bring that up because this is talking about how cops infiltrate so much stuff. They do it all the time, you know?
In New York State, charges have been dismissed against two longtime peace activists who were arrested in 2019 for blocking the entrance to Hancock Air Force Base to protest the U.S. drone war program. Over the last 13 years, about 150 peace activists have been arrested in actions outside the base as part of a campaign organized by the Upstate Drone Action Coalition. The longtime Cuban diplomat, Ricardo Alarcón, has died at the age of 84. He was a student leader during the Cuban Revolution who eventually became Cuba's foreign minister and president of Cuba's National Assembly. He played a key role in talks between the United States and Cuba for many years. I spoke...
Whataboutism is cop behavior? True. Based, yep.
To him in 2015 after the Cuban embassy reopened in Washington for the first time in 54 years.
Rest in peace, dude.
Force that brought about this result was the struggle of the peoples. First of all, the Cuban people, for having resisted for so long time all the odds that U.S. policy imposed upon us, but also a victory for the rest, the resistance of the rest of the peoples in this hemisphere, including many, many American friends.
Ricardo Alarcón speaking in 2015. He died on May Day, on Sunday. And the longtime prison activist and educator Kathy Boudin has died at the age of 78. Vadim was a former member of the Weather Underground who was jailed in 1981, along with her then-husband David Gilbert, in connection with an armed car robbery carried out by the Black Liberation Army in Rockland County, New York, that left a security guard and 2 police officers dead. She served 22 years in prison, where she helped create programs for women who are infected with HIV. She was freed on parole in 2003 and spent the last 2 decades organizing to fight mass incarceration and to help people, especially women, returning from prison. Kathy Boudin was the co-director and co-founder of the Center for Justice at Columbia University. This is her speaking at New York University School of Law in 2013.
If we could get under the stereotypes and the stigma that are attached to people who have committed violent crimes and be able to see the person underneath it and understand that holding them in prison has nothing to do with them being a public risk, nothing to do with whether they've transformed themselves, and nothing to do with the community that they can serve. If we can get under that and know that they're being kept in only for the purpose of punishment, then maybe we can look at the entire system and be able to change it.
Kathy Boudin speaking.
Holy shit, rest in peace. That fucking sucks. What an absolute legend.
In 2013.
Hey, Wintry Mute, how are you doing?
Her death comes just months after her ex-husband, David Gilbert, was released from prison in New York. Their son, Chesa Boudin, has served as the district attorney of San Francisco since 2020. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Amy Goodman. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, there we go. There we go, gang. That's the fucking news. What else we got in the chat? Wrigley says, I have a good idea. So you're into this and a lot of folks here. Did you ever think to do your own political party? No. Electoral politics is pointless. The only way forward is dual power, organizing, joining a union, creating a collaboration of unions within your country, wherever you live, and creating mutual aid networks to essentially render the government powerless. Yeah. Electoralism sucks. Yeah. So I will never create my own political party at all, but I am involved in a lot of union action. So yeah. Anyway. Just ate a bit of bibimbap, go through a food coma. Oh, hell yeah. I do be doing some cool political stuff. I do be doing that. What's a bibimbap? What is that? Hey, cat made entirely of urine. How you doing? I fucking love that name. That's so good. Listen. I've got a fucking... I've got a video. Got a video for us, like, for us to watch. A video essay. Korean rice bowl with toppings. Ooh, hell yeah. Let's go. Yeah, I'm down for that. Okay, to the people discussing like stuff about keffals and what have you, who were saying like, let's not talk about it in the stream, let's not talk about it in the Discord. I'd rather we didn't, like, I don't know. Look, if you've got an issue with another streamer, you've got an issue with another streamer. I don't want people bringing issues with other streamers into the chat, into the community, because it's like that shit just like it just people are gonna start saying like, oh, DJ Muel is like allowing people to be like, he's drama baiting in his chat and stuff like that. Like, you know, if someone has said something like horrific, then DM me, show it to me. I will see it and I will look at it and I will make a decision on what I think about that person and whether that person should be supported or not. But for now, if I don't fucking know about it and I don't want to cover it in my stream, let's just zip about it. You know what I mean? You know, it's like, you know, there are plenty of other streamers that I have like takes on, you know? But I'm not going to have those takes publicly because it's like people see it as drama baiting. It's just not like etiquette. You know what I mean? There is a bit of like etiquette that we have to adhere to on Twitch. Do you know what I mean? And I never want to foster a community that is like focused on drama and nonsense like that, because that's when shit doesn't actually get done. You know what I mean? It's one of them, you know. Yeah, but you know, if it's anything that you think is important, DM me. You know, my DMs are open for that shit. But yeah, please don't discuss it in the Discord. Please don't discuss it in the stream chat. That's all it is, you know? Yeah, I know Keffels pretty well, you know, like, you know, we're in DMs and stuff, so not all the time, but you know. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that happens as well when, like, you know, and I'm not making any excuses for stuff that I don't know about, but I know that there's like a lot of stuff that happens when a streamer starts to get like a lot more attention, and sometimes that shit can be like absurd, like jealousy stuff, you know, when people start to like get a bit big and start to like get a bit you know, more, I don't know, popular and stuff, and people start to go, hey, that's not fair, I deserve that, you know? You could just tell them that I hold my mute button down to fart. I don't care. Listen, who doesn't? Who doesn't? You don't want to be that one streamer that farts on stream. You know? It's yeah, you know. I appreciate that sentiment, Wrigley, but we can't make jokes about that in the chat. Whether you actually do feel that way or you actually, like, don't, we can't make jokes about, like, committing actual crimes in the chat. You can get me banned if I don't moderate that stuff. You know what I mean? I wasn't joking. Yeah, well, you know, look, I can't... fucking hell, you're making this a bit fucking hard for me. You're making this a little bit difficult for me, you know? Like, what, if, you know, what... Think about it this way, right? Think about it this way. Right, it gets the stream tanked. It's gonna get the fucking stream tanked. You could get the whole channel news. Don't, even if you're not joking, even if you're not joking, don't say shit like that in people's chats. Don't say that you're gonna commit crimes. Don't say that you're gonna do something, like, you know, even if, like, we all collectively agree that it, like, shouldn't be a crime. You know what I mean? You're gonna get people's channels banned. And you could get banned from Twitch as well. You know? So, yeah. Take a hint, you know? Right, okay. Where are we at? We're doing a fucking video essay, gang. We are gonna watch. This is the big one. This is the new one. It's Vadim's video. It's the big new one. Everybody's talking about it. He's the guy. That's what we're watching. That's what we're looking at. Kara incoming. Oh my god. Am I gonna get raided? Oh my god. What kind of stuff does Peterson talk about? Transphobia, misogyny, definitely racism, classism, all that stuff. Oh my god, you were right. You were right. JMM, I can't believe it. A huge raid from Kara Chats. Why the fuck did my raid alert not go off? Why did that not happen? What the fuck? What the fuck? Right, let's get this playing. Let's get this fucking playing. Is that gonna work? Whoa! Vic the Victim, thank you so much for the sub. How are you doing, gang? There we go. There's the raid. There's the raid alert. There's the raid alert. Let's go, gang. Let's go. Oh, fuck. Kira Chats, thank you so much for the raid. Gang, if you don't know the beautiful Kara Chats, what are you doing with your life? Please, please, please go and show some love to Kara, one of my co-hosts on Red Planet. How are you doing, Kara? How was your raid? And let's get some extra love for Kara, because she did a great presentation on veganism and how it's all related to leftism yesterday. Well done for that. Gang, thank you so much for all the bits. What's going on? I got a hype train, a camel spider, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for the 300 bits from Iron Forward. Hello, hello, hello. What's going on? Appreciate that. Thank you very much. My stream was painful because my chat does not appreciate me. Well, listen, Kara's chat, what the hell are you playing at? What's going on? Vic the Victim, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Good Stuff. Enjoy your ad review and your sub badges and emotes. Gang, let me just say to you, before you do any more subs, before you do any more bits, Twitch is my main form of income. It's where I get most of my money to pay my bills, to pay my rent, to get my shit, you know, to get my shit all done. But I would ask you to consider, please, if you are going to be able to financially support the stream, please, please, please consider doing it via the PayPal link in the chat instead of subbing on Twitch. That means that 100% of the money that you donate will go directly to me, your streamer. And also, we will be sending a message to Twitch wherein that we don't want to give them any money because they do not make this platform safe for marginalized people. They've made that very clear on multiple occasions. And also, you get a lot of cool incentives with it as well. If we get to £400, that means that we've unlocked movie night in the Discord. We'll watch movies together. That's fucking cool. And also, if we get to the full £800 of the May dono goal, that means that I'll be doing a Gandalf cosplay stream. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Where I play, I don't know, Goblin games or something? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that. But anyway, most of the people in Kira Chat's stream knows me. If you don't know me, though, if you're coming in from Kira's stream, my name is DJ Muel. I'm a leftist political streamer. I'm also a Soulsborne speedrunner. Mr. Dank, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Emmy Fate. Emmy Fate, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your sub badges and your emotes. What was I saying? What was I talking about? Oh my god, Mixed Chloe B is here as well. Yo, Shafiq, can I get a shout out for Mixed Chloe B? Please. Faye's a phenomenal streamer as well. Please go show some love. Chat only got you 69 subs, which is your sub goal. That is so cruel. I can't believe it. Oh my god, Ludonar, thank you so much for the £5.
Twitcher. Oh, Valley of Plenty. Oh, Valley of Plenty. Oh, toss a coin to your Twitcher. Oh, Valley of Plenty.
That's right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for donating off Twitch. We're now at, what we at? £20 of the May dono goal, and it's the first stream of May. Fuck yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go. DJ Muel is also soon to be a beardless streamer after Red Planet Trans Kid fundraiser. Yes, also, thank you so much for reminding me about that. Gang, 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 gang. If you like protecting trans kids, and if you like giving money to charities that will help trans kids, then come all to the Red Planet stream for Trans Power, May the 20th to the 22nd, hosted by Kara Chat, Sophie from Mars, Conquest the Dread, and me. We'll all be raising funds for 3 charities focused on trans safety and liberation. Yes, I stole this command directly from Huskadoo in Kara Chat's chat because I'm lazy and I've got ADHD and making a new command is another task. But it's a very good one. It's a very, very good command. So please make sure you go check out... There's a new command. I know. I'm sorry. I've been at my mum's all day digging up plants. I've got soil all over me. It's everywhere. Oh my god. IP theft is a crime. That's right. That's right. But yeah, we'll be raising money for Southern Equality, the Good Law Project, and Gendered Intelligence. All incredibly based, cool, trans charities who exist on either sides of the pond. So please... make yourself free. Make yourself available. Get down to the stream. I'll see you then. Gang. We are just about to check out. Hey, it's Vadim's videos. Video. Sorry. It's about Jordan Peterson. It's about Jordy PP. Here we go. It's starting up here. It's happening. We're talking about it. Content warnings. Jordan Peterson, known peddler. What is this? What is this? What? Not to be annoying, but what? Draw my attention to what? What happened? I missed it. Hold up. There is ableism in this video too. Oh, okay, great. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, Jordan Peterson. Whoa, Drake's in. Thank you for the 40 quid. Holy fucking shit. Drake, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the £40 quids. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for donating. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. And thank you so much for supporting the stream. I appreciate you a lot. Nice one. That's fucking phenomenal. Okay, ableism. That's in the content warnings as well. Gang, Jordy Peets, Jordan Peterson, known peddler of transphobia, misogyny, racism, classism, ableism, all the isms. He's a piece of shit. He's a bigot. So be kind to yourself. If that's not the kind of thing that you want to be prepared to potentially see, be kind to yourself and take a break from the stream. We're going to be watching this for about an hour. Content warning just for Jordan Peterson. Yeah. He's a piece of shit. Is that a lot? I don't know the conversion rate. 40 quid is a huge dono. Thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. Right, gang, let's check out this video. Very excited. Very excited. Let's see what's going down. It's Vadim. Oh. Just before I start, gang. Please. Whoa, what's this? Yanshafim. Thank you so much for the £9. And you know what that means, chat. That means it's £69. Nice. Okay, thank you so much, Yanshafim. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting me. Appreciate you. All right, let's go. It's time. Oh, just before I start, please go and show some love to Vadim. Get this video playing in the background. Put it on mute. Give Vadim a like. Subscribe. Comment. Tell Vadim what you think about this video. We're going to check it out. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. It's, hold on. I'm gonna get this. Ow! Hey, it's Vadim. Yeah. I'm Hates Vadim. And super special announcement! We hit 100,000 subscribers.
Hell yeah! 100,000 subscribers, blaze it. Let's go. Well done.
Just what kind of man is emerging to
W33D time.
What? Trashcan, thank you so much for the 420. That's weed time. It's weed time. That's what you meant. Thank you for the weed amount.
replace the chauvinists of yesterday? Type 1, let's call them. Animated, infantilized, and available for kissing practice on a portable Nintendo.
Is that something he actually said? Is that something that he actually said?
That was crack!
You know, I do believe that we're in a period of chaos. Clean up your room. You should be a monster. An absolute monster. Now, I don't like the diversity, inclusivity, and equity triad. There's something deeply rotten about that discourse. I'm not doing this, and that's that. If they put me in jail, I'll go on a hunger strike. I'm not using the words that other people require me to use.
I don't know that video. I've not seen that fucking video at all.
Especially if they're made up by radical left-wing ideologues.
We're living in a period of chaos, everyone. Thanks for 100K.
Hey, friends, coming to you from about 6 months after the majority of this video was shot. And fun fact, if you watch this video closely, you can actually see me drop about 20 pounds over the course of it. Hey guys, whoa, that was a really close call, but don't worry, I'm totally fine.
We have watched his, embarrassing Pink Floyd music. Yeah, that shit is extremely fucking funny.
And wow, that was some really good crack. Anyhow, while my premium patrons scroll across the screen, all of whom incidentally are nothing short of amazing, I'm going to tell you a little bit about why I am just super duper psyched about this video. Now, recently I revisited an old clip titled "The Video Which Made Jordan Peterson Famous," and it kinda sorta did that, but not really. The rally that it was a part of was responsible for that, and within less than a month, Peterson's Patreon began.
What was he doing there? What was he doing there? Was he like assaulting that young woman?
Famous, and it kinda sorta did that, but not really. The rally that it was a part of was responsible for that.
What's he
and
doing?
In less than a month, Peterson's
He's just like assaulting someone. What the fuck?
Patreon began to skyrocket, making him a household name among the, at the time, rather large anti-SJWs/Kekistan quarter of the internets.
And this is why I get a kick out of all the Kekistan boys.
Much like that painfully embarrassing meme that I'm fairly...
It is painfully embarrassing. It's like, dude, you are a 50-year-old college professor and you're sat there like unironically talking about how you like, I get a kick out of the Kekistan boys. What do you mean the Kekistan boys? You mean like the fucking smelly, sweaty, fucking pasty white idiots who are just like trying to make like a frog a Nazi symbol? Like, fuck off, dude.
Certain
insane
even its originators are now ashamed of. That video has pretty much aged like milk pouring down baked Alaska's bear-based face. And if you thought it was bad 5 years ago, well, it is way worse today. Both knowing what we know now about the forced monogamy pushing, all beef diet eating lobster king.
Oh yeah. He is saying like that he supports Nazis for sure. That's what he's dog whistling. But it's still extremely embarrassing, you know? You know?
These are creatures that urinate out of their faces.
As well as due to increased awareness of the issues that he was crusading against at the time.
You can now provisionally be prosecuted under the hate crime legislation federally for criticizing someone's choice of fashion.
Oh, these days, they'll throw you in jail just for saying you're English. They will just throw you right in jail just for saying you're English.
And I'm not being cynical about that.
Surprise, surprise, that was total. And so is nearly everything that we're going to be covering in this video, but what I'm really excited about is that I was actually able to get in touch with the individual who both shot and spoke with Peterson in that video.
So,
hell yeah.
My name is Lane Patriquin. I'm a trans liberation activist who's been doing work in and with and for the trans community. And I was involved in activism opposing Jordan Peterson's stance on trans rights at the University of Toronto in 2016 and 2017.
They were also featured in the documentary The Rise of Jordan Peterson. Now, Lane's insights into both this video as well as Peterson himself are fascinating, and they give context to this day that nobody knows. This story just hasn't been told. And so it's great to have them here to set the record straight, and also because, honestly, their voices haven't been heard enough on these topics in general.
He actually, I think, participated in some sort of court hearing around Bill C-16. He was heard out. So like that.
What have you just posted there, Chloe? The original video of Jordan Peterson saying that got privated because people were dunging on Peterson, but here's a re-up on Reddit. Oh, it's from the Fedora video. What? Now I've seen the Fedora video. Maybe I've not seen all of it. Isn't this on like public access TV in Canada on like, I don't know, in like 2006 or something?
Remember those 50s hat-sporting fathers who stayed married, supported their families, and repressed women? Well, they're headed for extinction.
Repressed women, they're headed for extinction. Oh no. Dude, like, he just said the quiet part straight out loud, didn't he? TV Ontario, yeah.
Majority of U.S. cities, young women are now higher paid and more educated than their male counterparts.
No. Unequivocally false.
This is not...
He looks a lot healthier there. That's because he was still eating vegetables. That's right.
Stop the Globe and Mail's Margaret Wente from recently warning us about the dangerous male energy still remaining. Men with less testosterone are nicer, more social, and less aggressive, she says. Such men won't, quote unquote, wreck the world.
Hey Andy, how you doing? Welcome. Can I get a shout out for I'm a Coconut, please, Shafiq?
At this point, Wente should know that it's the testosterone-laden man who is most attractive when women are fertile. When it comes to this serious business of sex, women will choose a testosterone-charged world wrecker most of the time. What then is a sensible girl to do?
What then? It's how he speaks is so good. It's so funny.
Ms. Kate Bollock provides some answers in the cover story of No.
Wait, Miss Kate Bollock? Actually, Bollock? Like a testicle?
November's The Atlantic. Bollock, with too many ex-boyfriends to count, is still unmarried at 39.
Oh, okay. Bollock is actually cool. Bollock is actually based and fucking dump-pilled.
11 years ago, however, she ended a long-term relationship with Ellen, who is exceptional, intelligent, good-looking, loyal, and kind. Something was missing, Bollock says. Had she asked me, I would have said, not enough testosterone.
He's so insane. Like, how does he explain lesbians? How does he explain lesbians? Does he, like, this is why it's so stupid, isn't it? It's like, so what you're saying to me is that, like, he'd probably come up with some absurd thing about how, like, lesbians are just, you know, waiting for the right man to come along. Like, even a lesbian can't resist a testosterone-laden man. Like, Jesus Christ. Fremily as well, how are you doing? I don't know which one of you it is. Maybe it's both of you, but please, also, gang, go and follow Fremily. Phenomenal streamer couple. My lovely friends, Fred and Emily. Can I get a shout out for Fremily, please, Shafiq? Unmarried at 39 is exceptionally based. Yeah, I agree. Incredibly based. It's the less intelligent one. That's a trap. I'm not falling for that. You're both very smart. He sounds like he's reading a children's book, The Kindergartners. Yeah. The Room was a documentary to him about a good man being destroyed by leftism. That's right.
Perhaps it's time for her to find a tame, lower status boy and make an honest man out of him. Some of Bollock's more savvy friends have done just that.
He is actually just saying bollocks. Like, okay, for the Americans, for the non-UK people in the chat, I'm gonna type that this is an English word, English slang for testicles. Like, he just sounds like he's saying that instead of, like, he's trying to say Bullock. He's saying, like, Sandra Bullock, but he's saying, like, bollocks. And it's incredibly distracting. Hey, Carpe Packs, how you doing? Can I get a shout out for Carpe Packs as well, please, Shafiq? P is stored in the bollocks. I think Jordan Peterson does consider himself a high testosterone alpha, yeah.
Establishing relationships, for example, with salary-challenged males. Some even stooped low enough to date men who are short.
What? What does that mean? What does that even mean? Wait, what?
Salary-challenged males.
Salary challenged?
Some even stooped low enough to date men who are short.
As everybody knows, dating short men, that's the end of the world. That's the end of the line. If you date a short man, oh, you are fucked. You are absolutely fucked.
This level of compromise is not for Bollock, who flirts with life in an all-female Dutch community instead of settling for a less-than-perfect mate. She concludes that Western culture itself is at fault for making her desire a conventional relationship in the first place.
Yeah, I'm a salary-challenged male. Yeah, that's me too. Hey, DJ Empirical, how you doing?
Just what kind of man is emerging to replace the chauvinists of yesterday? Type 1, let's call him, very popular in Japan, is shiftless, dependent, and low in status. He poses no threat to women, however, displaying little interest in them altogether, except...
What's going on here? Is this like some racism that just popped in? I'm finding it really hard to follow.
In Japan.
Whoa. The Japan stuff, let's hear that again.
What kind of man is emerging to replace the chauvinists of yesterday? Type 1, let's call him, very popular in Japan.
It is racism. It is racism. I knew it.
Is shiftless, dependent, and low in status.
Oh, fuck off, dude. Fuck. This is so ridiculous.
He poses no threat to women, however.
Yeah, no threat to women. So, like, this is so fucked. This is like, this This is all him taking his knowledge of Eastern Asian men from like Hollywood, right? That famously Eastern Asian men not ever really portrayed as a romantic lead in many, many films, which is why the Bruce Lee films back in the day were like super, super good, because Bruce Lee himself was the romantic lead in a lot of those films and like really fucking good. But it's just absurd, like a completely absurd idea that like you could never find, you know, you could never find like I don't know, every single very popular in Japan that males are like dependent, you know,
displaying little interest in them altogether, except when animated, infantilized, and available for kissing practice on a portable Nintendo. Type 2 man is the archetypal bad boy, impulsive and exploitative, but willing to bed anyone he doesn't have to take responsibility for. He's the perfect mate for the modern single mother, if she wants a different father for every child. Type 2 man makes 50s dad positively look Christ-like. Here's a thought. What if 2 decades down the road, women do all the work, all the engineering, all the...
He's talking about hikikomori. Yeah, he's talking about hikikomori. No, he's not. No, he's not. What are you fucking talking about? He's talking about hikikomori. You think this guy is like culturally aware enough to be talking about like something as, you know, fucking niche as hikikomori in Japan? You think that this guy, the openly misogynist, openly, you know, completely toxically masculine, you think he's talking about hikikomori? He's not talking about that.
Ditch digging and firefighting, and raise the children too. It's not impossible. Such a state is already normal in several American subcommunities, hard hit by the economic demise of modern man. What if it took centuries of cultural discipline to produce 50s dad? What if the husband willing to stick around and share his income was the historical exception?
Yo, do you remember when we watched the Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson podcast, right? Like, do you remember when we watched that? And remember how, like, we noticed that he just does not talk about his dad? When he's talking about his family unit and he's talking about growing up and his, like, you know, he, like, touches on his trauma, like, a little bit, right? He never talks about his dad. That's why he's talking so much about the 50s dad. The 50s dad right now. 100%. His fan base is all 4chan posters. He's aware of hikikomori. Jesus fucking Christ. Why are you trying to make excuses for this guy? Do you even know when this was filmed? This was filmed before 4chan was a fucking thing. You know what? Fuck off. I don't fucking like you. I don't like you. Fuck off. Can I have a link pass, please? What are you going to post? I just can't imagine any chud watching this and being like, finally, this is a real man. Well, so, you know, that's the phenomena. That's the fucking phenomena around Jordan Peterson, right? That's the phenomena around Jordan Peterson, because he's like, he is not the high testosterone man that he thinks is like incredibly important to Western society. He cries when he thinks about, I don't know. What is he? He cries when he thinks about music. A Twitch clip of Mitnerd? How is it relevant? You know, it's just like, what the fuck? It's because, right? It's because he appeals to a certain variety of chud, aka, as that person did actually rightly say, the 4chan posters, right? You know, the men, MRAs, men go in their own way and stuff like that. You know, it's basically like he appeals to them because he is their idea of smart, right? It's a song about JP. You post that in the Discord. That'll be fine. Post that in the Discord. Yeah, it's so fucking fucked. It's so fucked.
It's a demanding job to support a family, after all, and it's not necessary to stay with one woman. Maybe men just won't do it unless they are provided with status to bolster their fragile male egos or to encourage desirable behavior. Without respect, why would they?
Yeah, he is a child's idea of an intelligent person. That's exactly what I'm saying, yeah. Even if he was talking about that, he's still saying it's very popular in Japan, so he's still being a racist shit either way. It doesn't matter. Exactly. That's why I banned that guy, yeah. Fuck that noise.
Why? When the alternative is so much easier and subtly promoted. Increasingly among my students, I see young men who don't know how to be good men. My son wasn't allowed to throw a snowball, for example, in elementary school. It was against the rules for him to even pick up snow off the ground.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it fucking wasn't.
It is in that manner that decent boys are made to feel guilty about their masculine impulses.
He's just made that up. He's made that up. He's completely made that up. How is it against the rules in school in Canada to pick up snow off the ground? It's absolutely absurd.
So they withdraw, confused. The more aggressive, psychopathic boys, they simply don't care. So they'll be the ones fathering your grandchildren in the future.
This is like so confusing. He's like, these psychopathic, high testosterone, chauvinistic males, they're fathering your grandchildren. But the weaker man, they need a chance. They need a chance.
If tomorrow's woman can find a man to sleep with at all, that'll keep the testosterone flowing. For The Agenda with Steve Paikin, I'm Jordan Peterson.
What the fuck is... That's so fucking weird. Oh, thanks for that, Chloe. Appreciate that. That is funny as fuck. What the hell?
That is huge. I wasn't interviewed. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know any trans activists who received the same amount of credibility and the same amount of voice around that. All the while, people were saying that he was canceled.
And so today, we're going to revisit the video and really the day that arguably ruined Kermit forever and teach us more than almost anything.
It really did. It really, really, really did.
That Jordan Peterson doesn't understand anything. In a new segment that I like to call Review.
Review. Oh shit, Red Letter Media reference.
So you very well might know that before this video was shot, Jordan Peterson was a largely unknown professor of psychology at the University of Toronto.
Oh, look how young he is there, Jesus! Oh my god.
Who frequently moonlighted as Jerry Seinfeld's stunt double.
Oh my god, he does look like Jerry Seinfeld. Oh my god.
What's the deal with these totalitarian postmodern cultural Marxists?
But in the weeks leading up to the day that this was shot, he had already started gaining notoriety.
So he got on my radar when he released a series of videos. It was basically like him giving a very emotional PowerPoint presentation about how things were declining and a bunch of kind of McCarthyist, like Red Scare kind of things.
This is starting to affect my clients. I've had 3 clients who have been driven near the point of insanity by politically correct occurrences out.
Okay, right. When someone like... When a psychotherapist uses the word insanity, find another psychotherapist. Because insanity is not a valid diagnosis on anyone. So like, you know, in that sense there, where it's like, oh, driven almost to insanity, it's like, okay, you're talking about that in like a medical sense. That's a huge red flag. Insanity is not a actual diagnosis in any field of psychoanalysis. It's like an extremely outdated term, right? So he might be talking about it in a, I don't know, like a what do you call it? Like a flippant way, you know? Yeah, it's a legal definition only. It's like, it's something that they use in court, which again is still extremely outdated, you know? Can you imagine having Peterson as a teacher? Yeah, that would suck so much. That would suck so much.
at work.
And then like went in on this deep dive about pronouns and trans people.
I think it's nonsensical. I think the formulation is absurd. I think it has no scientific standing. I think it's ideologically motivated. I think it's divisive. I think it's dangerous. It causes chaos.
Driven to insanity by politically correct occurrences. It's just so absurd. It's so absurd.
This was all, of course, in relation to the Canadian Bill C-16, an amendment to the Human Rights Code, which extended discrimination to trans and non-binary people.
Oh, and this shit is incredibly hilarious, by the way. This shit is incredibly hilarious. Bill C-16, for those of you that don't know, it just basically meant that, like, you know, trans people respected, they're covered under the Canadian human rights thing. It was like an amendment to a bill. And Jordan Peterson went fucking batshit about how, like, this is they're gonna throw people in jail for calling them pronouns that I don't agree with. I don't agree that a trans person is the gender they say they are, so I won't be referring to them as the pronouns that they want, and so be it. I'll be a political prisoner. If they throw me in prison, then that's whatever. That's the postmodern neo-Marxist way, I guess, you know. And it never happened. No one's been arrested because of Bill C-16. 253 weeks since it passed, 0 arrests. Right, exactly, yeah.
We'll get into that more later, but unknown to many, a week before the now famous free speech rally, Lane and the local trans non-binary community organized a rally of their own called Trans Teachin'.
Oh my god, yeah, like how the hell would Jordan Peterson survive in like a comprehensive school in Manchester? He would literally I feel like Jordan Peterson would have a stress-induced heart attack if he had to teach at like a comprehensive school in like London or Manchester or anywhere like that. There's no way he'd survive. There's no way he'd survive.
Had created...
I didn't even go to a comp. I went to a fucking a private school. I went to a grammar school. And like, we put like a raw chicken on a teacher's desk, and he had to take a week off because of stress. There's no way Jordan Peterson would survive a second.
What should have been a historical event. It may have been the only gathering of that type in Canadian history, of trans people in a public space gathering in a large number to go up to an open microphone and announce publicly their experiences. I don't think that's ever happened.
So
you went to a comp in London, we ate teachers alive? Yeah, I don't doubt it.
In order to truly understand this video, because the other rally we'll be discussing was actually a response to it.
Peterson's anti-C-16 stuff was part of me that was part of what made me realize I was on the wrong side. So my kind of like, you know, shift towards more conservative thinking was a lot to do with Jordan Peterson and stuff like that. And then I started hearing about this like extra stuff that he was saying. Just about like, you know, like women and stuff like that. And then one of my friends like told me like, yo, you can't support that guy. Like that guy's a fucking nutcase. What are you doing? And then I had like basically someone I was seeing just like find out that I was watching his stuff. And she was like, I never want to see you again if you're supporting someone like that. And yeah. So yeah, very similar. Me and you, Chloe, very, very similar. He regularly had his office door glued shut at the Toronto University. I heard that, yeah. I heard that. Hey, Rebel Firestorm. Even at my middle school, we ran 2 band teachers out of the school in the 3 years we were there. Yeah, kids in school are crazy. I love that shit so much.
It also very much informed the attitudes and the tactics of the counter-protesters present at the following week's rally.
But also
And finally, the facts of what it was were heavily twisted by Peterson,
hey, cracked Pyrex,
media, and other various.
That is the proper response to finding out someone watches JP. Yeah, I agree.
Journalists.
So for one, like Lane said, this was first and foremost an event for trans and non-binary people to share their experiences. Yes, it was a reaction to Jordan Peterson's recent activism against trans rights, but it was not an effort to get him fired.
I'm talking to people because I want to know whether they want a man to be fired. I want to know about Bill C-16. I want to.
Oh, look, it's a straight up fucking Nazi on the screen. Hey, does this person still have a Twitch account, I wonder? Twitch? I wonder, do you still let this white supremacist live stream on your platform, Twitch? I'm wondering.
I know what they think about campus freedom.
So they, and I guess I mean Rebel Media, tried to portray things as though you guys are trying to get Jordan Peterson fired. Would you say that's completely untrue?
No, I don't think that was true. I mean, definitely there were people there who would have liked him fired, but there's a big difference between I would like somebody fired and I'm trying to get somebody fired. Like we were trying to educate people, and I'm not just saying that as like a party line kind of thing. We literally were just trying to educate people.
So here's the crazy thing about the video, and really, like I said, the rally that made Jordan Peterson famous. That event occurred because a week beforehand, Lauren Southern came to the Trans Teach-In event that was specifically for trans and non-binary people to share their experiences as such, and just straight up fabricated an anti-free speech narrative because cis people weren't speaking.
We're talking free speech. Everyone here can give their opinion on whether they think this is a campus with free speech.
There was nothing to do with censorship in anything that we were doing or saying.
Okay, so you're not willing to have a discussion because it wouldn't be a safe space.
I am not willing to have a discussion about whether or not I am real and valid.
We had tried to explain to the organizers and like on the Facebook page of the event, be like, you know, this event is like an inappropriate response. There was no desire to hear us.
So I guess, to put it mildly, the entire free speech event that kind of launched Jordan Peterson's career was just a colossal hunk of flaming donkey. And yes, that's actually a chicken nugget, but that's the closest thing I could find. Anyhow, the point is that it was a sham because it was a response to a supposedly anti-free speech rally that just wasn't. And again, Lauren Southern and Rebel Media were very much responsible for this.
We're just trying to do like a simple demonstration, and all of a sudden there's this like national right-wing propaganda machine that has like descended upon.
As a cis person, I think cis people are pretty cringe. Same, Tommy. I gotta agree with you right there.
This like public event that we're trying to have.
So look, don't worry, we're getting to Jordan Peterson in just a moment. But this is the last piece of the puzzle that you need to know in order to really understand the rally that made him famous. So yeah, Lauren Southern. The highly celebrated
journalist
definitely upheld her one journalistic standard that day. To be a big dumb jerk.
The other media that were present were setting a standard that they were trying to be respectful, and Rebel Media was not doing that at all. They were shoving cameras in people's faces. They were asking really antagonistic questions. There were trans people who basically stood in front of the Rebel Media cameras because they were harassing people. And then people were like, oh, trans people are censoring, they're silencing the media.
If you want to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex tomorrow, you could be it. I'm just saying, I don't care what you want to be, but you're just being offended.
Why are you being offended? I mean, I said you could be a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seriously though, were they being offended? Because they look pretty relaxed to me. But of course, that's what it was. Try to make the ultra woke mob, or whatever chud dorks say these days, look.
I cannot speak to the cis experience, not my struggle, but I am an ally.
Triggered! So yeah, most people
funny
were
as
perfectly chill, but unfortunately they did succeed with that optically, because some people didn't want to talk.
Hey Violet Roz, how are you?
Blocking the cameras, and there was a very good reason for that.
There were people at that event who weren't out. Like, that's also what people don't understand. Like, there were people who were closeted. There were people who were living stealth. There were people who came from conservative families who could have lost their housing.
So, yeah, dude, all that.
And this is something that you've got to remember about protests as well, gang. Like, if you're going to a protest, it's, you know, incredibly important to remember that you will find people going around with cameras and microphones, and that shit is incredibly harmful. Like, don't just let those people hang out at your protest. Say something to an organizer. Say something to someone. Just be like, hey, who are these that are going around and interviewing people? When we had a protest against the conversion therapy ban exclusion of trans people in Manchester, Turning Point UK just turned up, and they just had like a camera and, you know, an unbranded microphone. And of course they were just getting around and interviewing people. Of course they were going for like the most I guess extreme looking people. Like, you know, there's a bunch of people who turn up to protests who wear things like a nun's habit, for example, and of course they were you know, interviewing those people because that they look like fucking weirdos, right, to conservative people, and they're gonna try and make them say some absurd stuff. So just be mindful of that when you go to protests. Even if there isn't any violence happening, you might be completely unaware of the sort of attempted in future violence. It's like investing in potential violence in the future, you know?
Jordan Peterson's paranoid, reactionary, free speech fear-mongering, which definitely rubbed off on the students.
I don't want to be in the position in which I have to oppose Bill C-16, but simply due to the fact that I believe it's poorly written, simply means the bill needs to be rewritten before it's examined.
The narrative was spun, and it stuck. They made the participants out to be a bunch of irrational SJW cancel culture dorks at an event that meant so much to them.
Like, the people who were there were like raw that day, you know what I mean? Like, everyone who attended that rally was putting themselves in a very vulnerable position, and it was really just like being spat on.
So keep all that in mind as we take a look at both the video.
Didn't know there was a UK division of Toilet Paper US. Okay, so I said this on Red Planet the day after I went to the protest, but it was extremely funny because there was only 2 of them. And one of them looked like, have you ever seen the movie The Boy? Right? You know, like the ceramic boy. Hang on, let me just see if I could... Ceramic boy doll. Is that like... Okay, I'll show you what he looked like. Hang on. Okay. Not exactly like that, but like one of the guys looked like that. Quill! Why is she not reading stuff? Why is she picking and choosing what gets read? Quill says, oh shit, it's 4 months. Toilet Paper UK needs to be flushed away. Well, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Yeah, so the guy literally looked like this. Like an adult version of this. You know, the girl was just like, I don't know, generic looking girl, right? And yeah, it was so absurd. Like, it was like, this boy has been in the country his entire life. His name is Tarquin. You know, he eats Sunday roasts every day. It was just so absurd. Like, I've never seen a more mollycoddled boy.
And the rally that made Jordan Peterson famous, the counter-protesters were understandably going in with all that baggage from the week before into a free speech rally predicated on total that probably never should have existed in the first place.
Yep.
So to you other kids all across the land, take it from me.
Jordan Peterson just don't understand. A lot of things, actually. So, it's the 5-year anniversary of the rally.
Yeah, that's cool as fuck, Disgrotty, yeah.
Who would have thought that years later people would be getting terrifying tattoos of half
Oh, how much of an embarrassing, like, life do you have to get a tattoo like that? It's just so upsetting. That is so, like, oh, God. Face Off remake looks terrible. That's right.
Face on their thighs. His daughter would publish the most poorly photoshopped book cover of all time.
I never saw that. I've never seen that before. Hold up.
Their thighs. His daughter would publish the most poorly photoshopped.
What? I've never seen this. Like, it's like she's photoshopped the towel and the body and the head. God, that's so fucking funny. That's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Good God. Oh my fucking God. She can't post what his actual body looks like because he's like an emaciated skeleton. You know? Like, because that all meat diet, I'm not being funny, gang, but that is like, you know, that is super fucked up. No offense to anyone who's got any eating disorders or anything like that, but like, you know, I imagine he looks like incredibly undernourished, like, you know, incredibly bad. It's not gonna look good for a book cover, you know?
Photoshop book cover of all time. His head would be sold on eBay. He'd be tweeting about semen quality.
Crazy.
And doing podcasts on
Lobster Red. He's red, yeah.
But there's just so much that we know about him now that we didn't know then. Like that his one weakness is apple cider.
It produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom.
So hey, let's talk about the things that he just doesn't know. There's a lot of them. We're going to assume good faith, meaning that he's not grifting in any way and that he genuinely stands behind the, in my opinion, kind of, just stupid thoughts and claims that he expresses in this video. So yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Let's watch the rally that made Jordan Peterson famous.
Okay.
But I'm going to talk about those.
Part 3. Jordan Peterson doesn't understand why these students were using white noise machines. So we have to get this out of the way because at the time there was a lot made of it, and maybe you don't understand it either. The standard answer at the time for many was they're trying to rob him of his free speech. You know what? It's not an entirely objectionable opinion to have. But okay, there's a few things that we have to hit here.
I can speak on the white noise machine. There was a lot of different opinions on tactics, on politics, on everything. I did not, as an individual, endorse the white noise machine. Not that it matters, and not that I'm decrying it.
Okay, so let's try this again.
In the minds of the people who were organizing that counter demonstration, what Jordan Peterson has to say is factually incorrect and is harmful.
Yeah, what he was saying that day was factually incorrect, it was harmful, but that just scratches the surface.
CC is doing Vadim badly there. He actually said factually incorrect.
So now just have a good listen to what the organizer of the event and Lawrence Southern had to say that day.
Yeah, there is an issue of political correctness. It's not because I'm completely ignorant. It's because I'm trying to think about those things and trying to form an opinion about those things.
We should have civil discussion on what the best ideas are, what the best ways to deal with transgenders are.
Okay, so here's the thing. What he wanted to sit around and figure out his opinion on, and the civil discussion that she wanted on how to deal with the transgenders, well, it was about their rights. It's really convenient for them, isn't it, to have the luxury to sit around and deliberate as to whether or not the transgenders deserve to have something that literally everyone else in the country has, something that just shouldn't be negotiable. Now, Jordan Peterson still thinks that a comparatively insignificant right that wasn't even violated in the first place is some sort of catastrophic free speech crisis. And we're gonna get into that very, very, very dumb minutia soon, but
hey DJ, we have brought up the fact that Lawrence Southern is legitimately a fucking Nazi. You know, we watched Vadim's video on the fact that she is legitimately a Nazi and supported Nazi movements and all that shit. Yeah, fucking hell.
Understand why some people who don't want to see their equal rights sabotaged might justifiably want to throw a metaphorical hand grenade into that conversation.
Tactically, I don't think it was a good decision. But I'm also not going to you know what I mean? I'm not going to call those people out or say that what they did was wrong. I empathize with it so much. They're just like, but we're right. Like, but what we're doing is right. But I was also coming from that mindset of I'm right and people will listen and understand what I'm trying to say. And that didn't happen.
The reason I'm defending freedom of speech is because that's how people with different opinions settle their opinions in a civil society.
Part 4, Jordan Peterson doesn't understand free speech because if he did, why would he be an enemy of it?
You made your decision 2016. You decided I can't do that. It violates my conscience. My soul's at stake.
I'm really having trouble viewing him as something other than a hero of free speech.
Professor Jordan Peterson, he's a rock star in the battle to preserve free speech.
Let's pray for our brother. Come on. Put your hands towards him. Lord, I thank you for Dr. Peterson.
You know,
it is a cult. It is a cult.
People say that pointing out hypocrisy doesn't always make for the best criticism, but Jordan Peterson, as a phenomenon, was disgorged from the vagina of Bill C-16 like a free speech baby Jesus. So yeah.
What is going on in there?
All that. It's pretty relevant, especially since in Peterson's demented narcissistic brain, the meaningless stance that he took against Bill C-16 was literally some kind of religious battle of the soul that he was waging.
What I saw in that legislation was a sin against logos. You're messing around with their soul.
Jordan Peterson is...
Yeah, he likes to say that logos means logic. but it's like the word of God, you know?
Huge enemy of freedom of speech, because another thing that he was doing around that time was actively trying to get humanities defunded.
What can be done? Because
we should stop funding the activist disciplines.
Classes that were taught and entire programs to be defunded so that people could not learn those things because they did not align with his political ideology.
He's threatened slap suits against people for just holding opinions about him that I guess hurt his feelings or something. Like, for instance, that his work showcases misogyny. Now, you may not agree with it.
No way. Of course he's got, like, so much money to be, like, doing, you know, you all know what slap is? You all know, like, what a slap order is? It's, I can't remember the exact meaning of the acronym, but it's basically a gagging order to say that you're not allowed to, like, talk about this in the public sphere, basically. It's just, like, so bad. And obviously people with a lot of money could just do that.
But it doesn't matter. That's not libel. That's an opinion. So I guess we could also add the difference between libel and opinion to the list of things that Jordan Peterson doesn't understand. He has 2 defamation suits seeking over $3 million in damages over secretly recorded conversations held in private, and he somehow thinks that this will lead to more free speech on campuses. Because that makes sense. But a pretty important thing to stress, and we'll get into this more later, this was never a free speech issue to begin with.
No.
I blame Jordan Peterson, and I blame the negligence of the mainstream media for allowing
No worries, Shafiq. See you in a bit.
narrative to develop that his perspective was genuinely, well, I'm just fighting for freedom of speech, and I can't believe these people oppose freedom of speech. I do not oppose freedom of speech.
Look, there's a lot more that we could hit, but bottom line, although Peterson is fantastic at creating threats to freedom of speech where they don't exist, he's not always that great at upholding it.
Now here's what's happened with Bill C-16 and the surrounding legislation.
Part 5. Jordan Peterson doesn't understand what's happening with Bill C-16 and the surrounding legislation. So yes, Bill C-16 passed about 4 years ago, but I use the term doesn't because of course he still makes the same exact claims about it that are at this point about 99.9999999% disproven that he always did.
You know, the Canadian government put forward a piece of legislation that compelled speech, essentially, that required people on the pain of punishment by law to use pronouns.
Now to Jordan.
Oh God, this is just where all the absurd rhetoric from right-wingers came from, like, you know, about pronouns and blue dyed hair. It's just like, oh God.
His credit, he was.
Why is he walking around and shouting in that clip like a drill sergeant? Because he's trying to appeal to his fan base. That's what it is. What, he's looking a bit like Hitler? Like, why would he want to do that? Why would he want to? Oh, he's appealing to his fan base. That's what's going on.
Only incorrect about every single thing he said there. But look, we're not really going to get way into this. There's lots of deep dives out there. I recommend Weird Hell's video on the topic. Now, just some quick bullet points. Number 1, in 4 years, literally no one has been jailed over this.
That's right.
2, in 4 years, only one individual has been fined, an anti-gay and trans activist who severely harassed a trans politician to sabotage their political run. The same behavior towards any race, creed, religion, etc. easily would have yielded similar results. Number 3, in response to subsection of the Criminal Code 318, Peterson insisted it would force him to go to these measures.
If they find me, I won't pay it. If they put me in jail, I'll go on a hunger strike. I'm not doing this.
4, Peterson has yet to be fined, jailed, or forced to go on a hunger strike, but he has had the opportunity to malnourish himself with his disgusting all beef diet.
He went on hunger strike just in general, in a different way. He was like, I'm just gonna eat meat. Oh God, so absurd.
5, what Criminal Code 318 actually deals with exclusively is the public advocacy of genocide against an identifiable group. 6, although...
Weird how he opposes that bill, huh? It's weird how he opposes the bill that doesn't allow people to advocate for genocide against an identifiable group. Weird how he opposes that, you know?
Under the law, there was no circumstance in which he would ever get fined, jailed, or have his creepy teeth forcibly extracted for not using pronouns that he objected to. He always had the very simple option of using a student's proper name instead. 7, that's right, all he had to do was use someone's name, and he knew this. 8, that's seriously all he needed to do. What the f is his stupid problem? 9. Both the Ontario Minister of Justice and the most qualified body of Canadian legal professionals, the Canadian Bar Association, both wrote letters refuting and dismissing all of Peterson's claims.
I didn't know that. I actually legitimately didn't know that.
10. That alone should be enough to persuade any rational person. But to the Peterson fanatics who have watched him cry over Pinocchio 50 times and freebase maps of meaning daily that aren't convinced, there's nothing I can do for you. 11. Your God is not infallible. Please find another cult leader or simply take the L on this one. 12. The only thing that Peterson's paranoid free speech hysteria ever accomplished was putting the same freedoms from discrimination and protections against hate crimes and hate propaganda that literally every other Canadian possessed in jeopardy for trans people.
Right.
That's it.
And the funny thing is that once C-16 got passed, none of their fears came to fruition. None of this abstract monstrosity that they had constructed of like a transgender communist takeover came to fruition, unfortunately. They just got dropped. And it's like, oh, and then people just kind of moved on. Like, oh, guess we were wrong about that. Sorry, we harmed a bunch of people.
Part 6. Jordan Peterson doesn't understand where this microphone stand is. Anyhow, we're going to move on now to the video that made Jordan Peterson famous. Just so you know, although Lane originally uploaded it, someone else ripped it, then reposted it, and this was Lane's reaction when I told them. There's a video from that day that I'm pretty sure is you.
Was it the one where I yelled at Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, I think it's called, like, the video that made Jordan Peterson famous.
Really?
Yeah.
No! I hate that.
I thought I should probably disclose that information because I really doubt they'd want you to think that they gave it that title. Anyhow, yeah.
I want to go talk to Peterson. Peterson, do you have any comments on the Nazi presence at your protest?
Yeah, I don't like Nazis.
Part 7. Jordan Peterson may not like Nazis, but doesn't understand why they like him.
Oh, well, he claims that he doesn't understand why they like him.
So over the years, there have been many who deny Jordan Peterson's appeal to the alt-right.
Hey folks, I'm just making this video to quickly refute the asinine and willfully malicious assertion that Jordan Peterson is a darling of the alt-right.
However, sometimes those same people host friendly conversations with Nazis where they say things like this.
Everything that the alt-right wants is within the grasp of the alt-right. The alt-right can win every single time.
Yeah, sure, Calgon.
Don't worry, it's not as if Jordan Peterson did interviews with him or left Patreon to protest the fact that Sargon of Akkad got kicked off for saying the N-word. Oh no, wait, that's exactly what happened, actually. And it's a little weird, because Jordan Peterson will say things like this all the time.
I've studied Nazism for a very long time. It's been 4 decades, and I understand it very well.
And yet
No, he doesn't! No, he doesn't, though. He legitimately doesn't.
A few years into the alt-right phenomenon,
he either understands it so much that he doesn't give a shit that he is one, or he legitimately doesn't. It's either one of the two, right?
This is what he had to say.
I'm not exactly sure what to make of the alt-right, and then one last thing. I'm not sure to what. And then one last thing.
Oh, no. You don't get another chance. That's just too awkward. So on like the low end of the crypto-fash scale, Peterson is a big fan of Sargon of Akkad. But then there's Gavin McGuinness, Stefan Molyneux. He also did an interview with Terra.
Yeah, Calgon and Count Dankula both completely tanked UKIP in the UK, for those that don't know. They ran as candidates during the 2019 election, and they both got fucking milkshaked. I don't know if Count Dankula got milkshaked, but certainly Calgon got milkshaked, and it's one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen.
McCarthy, this just horrible woman who would tweet the worst things ever, like polls asking if miscegenation is
Hey, Cyberquaker.
What?
No, seriously, she is vile.
We all intuitively know that there are certain groups of people who have a higher crime rate, who are shit at doing anything. They do such things as crapping in their own water supply.
Just to clarify, sorry, I got a little...
Oh, what the fuck?
Did he do an interview with that Nazi woman?
Thank you for joining us, Professor Peterson.
No problem. Thanks for the invitation.
There's been a lot of articles on his appeal to the alt-right.
Oh!
I never hear mention of things like that.
Does UKIP have any seats at all anymore? They never had any seats. They actually never had one seat in the UK.
But yeah, what's going on here? Do you think he's just being a huge fucking idiot?
Hey Chimera, how you doing?
Giving him the benefit of ignorance, because he wouldn't give that to anyone else. Like, he is too educated of a human being. He is too informed about the politics that I would give him that to say.
I can't believe how many people defended Count Dankula when he first showed up on the scene. Yeah, people just fell for that, like, ironic, you know, irony guy. Like, they all thought he was being an irony guy, but he just legit wasn't even an irony guy. He was being completely sincere in his fascist jokes. It's even more hilarious then. Yeah, it's like fucking it's extremely hilarious because the only reason that UKIP existed as a party was to demand independence from the EU, and now that we have that, they're so outrageously irrelevant that no one even stands for them anymore. And the Conservatives are doing just a fine job of being the far-right party, so these parties just don't even hold any power anymore. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's a good thing. It's funny that they don't exist, sure. It's funny that these people, you know, don't have a big platform anymore, but yeah, the Conservatives are just as bad. And I do not doubt that if, you know, a Conservative seat was left open and a candidate wanted to fill it, that they would accept someone like Calgon or Count Dankula, you know?
That he didn't know. And he has been studying fascism, allegedly.
I studied totalitarianism for 4 decades, and I know how it starts.
He is very public about having studied fascism and totalitarianism for literal decades, so he should know better.
I've studied Nazism for a very long time. It's been 4 decades, and I understand it very well. And I can tell you that there's some awful people lurking in the corners, and they're ready to come out. And if the radical left keeps pushing the way
that sounds very much like a
they're
threat.
Going to come.
That sounds very much like
a... If they keep pushing, then, oh boy, you better believe those righties, they're going to come out. You have to be in the middle. You got to be a centrist.
Part 8. Jordan Peterson doesn't understand why that was a threat. So, we still need to establish why the alt-right had an instant, big old man crush on Jordan Peterson back in 2016.
Oh, hey Spud, how you doing? Welcome in.
And a lot has been written on this topic, but I want to focus on something that I haven't heard much talk of. How he excuses and justifies the existence of the alt-right, and in the process, blatantly utilizes them as a threat. Yeah, not exaggerating, follow me here. So first off, have a listen to what he had to say about the, at the time, unpassed legalization of gay marriage in Australia.
Well, I would be against it too if it was backed by cultural Marxists, because it isn't clear to me that it will satisfy the ever-increasing, what would you call it, demand for an assault on traditional modes of being.
So hypothetically, if it did satisfy the, what the fuck is it again? The ever-increasing demand for an assault on traditional modes of being, Peterson would be just fine with that, because it would keep those crazy cultural Marxist gays in their place. And in that instance, it would purely be a worthwhile transactional gesture.
Right, I agree, Andy. The alt-right ready to come out is exactly the same as when Trump said to the Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. Right, exactly.
Right,
very similar.
Don't even factor into the equation. So with that in mind, listen to Peterson's remarks that day. They contained wildly violent rhetoric. Passing Bill C-16 would bring about
something dangerous beyond comprehension.
And earlier, we heard him say that there's some awful people lurking in the corners and they're ready to come out. And he does this constantly. Plays the role of a peace negotiator who's just trying to save us from some highly vague, looming threat.
I am not an advocate of violence. I'm speaking out the way I'm speaking out because I think this is a route to no violence, and violence is lurking.
On the one hand, saying I don't endorse violence, and on the other hand, promoting an ideology and a worldview in which violence is inevitable. If you're like, I don't endorse violence, but if you do, it's inevitable. Like, that is, you know, speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
And so here's the kicker, and possibly the most unhinged thing I've ever heard him say.
So I've received terrible information from people on the far right in the last weeks, and it's terrifying. And I can tell you, if we keep pushing too hard on the fringes of the radical left, we're going to produce a counter response that we do not want to see.
All wow, that really sounds like a thing that took place in reality. I mean, that's actually an act of domestic terrorism that he's describing there.
Yep.
Like, for real. He said that he received a message from the far right, as one does, and it contained some terrible and terrifying information that if the radical left keeps pushing on the fringes, there would be a counter-response that we do not want to see. Yeah, that's terrorism that he's describing there. And look, just to be clear, I'm not joking there. I mean...
Yeah, so yeah, if Nazi terrorists are emailing their plans to Peterson, did he report it to the cops? Did he do anything about it, I wonder?
What else would it be? So what Peterson is doing here is making up a very, very, very dumb story that excuses and justifies the far right committing violence because those cultural neo-Marxists...
Yeah, why is he just chatting to neo-Nazis? Why is he doing that?
Modernist, radical left-wing ideologues are just pushing things too far.
You are creating an environment in which the people who are perpetuating that violence feel absolved of their personal responsibility in it. And that is a tacit endorsement of and promotion of violence.
The continual careless pushing of people by left-wing radicals is dangerously waking up the right wing inside the...
Like, this is and this is such a pervasive tactic, and the media has been saying this stuff for years already. That, like, for example, this is essentially tone policing, right? So it's like when the All Lives Matter crowd responded to Black Lives Matter. It's like, no, you gotta say All Lives Matter, because if you say that just Black Lives Matter, that's too much. You know, that's it. Like, you're gonna upset some people. You can't be upsetting people. It's all tone policing. Like, that's all it is. It's like, you know, it's just fucking absurd. This all went down post-Charlottesville. This was all pre-Charlottesville, from what I remember. Robert says he helped form the initial draft of the plan. Yeah, I would not be surprised at all.
The collective is a beast, and the beast uses its fists. And if you wake up the beast, then violence emerges. This continual pushing by radical left-wingers is going to wake up the beast.
And let's get this straight. This is very much a common tactic.
Reminds me of the MAGA hat skinhead comic. Yeah. The, was it Bowles? The same guy that does the yet you participate in society one? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, this was pre-election, pre-Charlottesville, pre-election, yeah.
Talking point of the far right.
Right. Now, this is one of the things that I believe Jordan Peterson has talked about a lot. He's said...
Yeah, because this is the day of the Unite the Right rally, and she's talking about Peterson like he's been on the scene for a while, yeah. Yeah.
When people are no longer allowed to speak, things have to result in violence, because that's the only way for them to get their message across. And it really shouldn't be surprising. It's kind of like...
Yeah, don't oppose Nazism because they'll commit violence if you do. Yeah, but they'll commit violence if we don't. So, now what, smart ass? You know what I mean? Now what? Come on, big brain guy. What do we do now? If we don't oppose them, they'll be violent anyway.
You really didn't expect this?
We're going to produce a counter response that we do not want to see.
I've been denied housing as a trans person. These rights would protect me.
Denied housing?
I've been denied.
Sorry, yeah, listen, even though I agree, I'm not allowed to have shit like that in my chat, Drakeson. It'll get me banned. I hate it so much because people are going to think that I'm making apologies and stuff. No, it's okay. As long as you understand, this is Twitch terms of service. My platform is incredibly valuable. Try not to make jokes about committing crimes in people's chats. Try not to actually, even if you're being serious, talk about committing crimes in people's chats, because if Twitch has displayed one thing, or Twitch staff in general, over the last few years, it's that they will just fucking ban anyone who says anything remotely against white supremacists. So, unfortunately, we have to pander to that to a certain degree, which sucks. Which is another reason why I ask you to consider donating off Twitch when you support me. Give me 100% of your money. Do not allow Twitch to take 50% of the money that you would want to see come to me. Because why would you fund a platform that makes apologies for white supremacists? Why would you do that?
Housing from the state or for the open market? So have you been denied housing, like, from the government? It's illegal either way if we had human rights. From the government? Or have you tried to get a house like everybody else and they said, no, you're weird?
Part 9. This guy is a huge asshole. Now, does Jordan Peterson understand this? Maybe. I would not be surprised. I'm willing to give him this one. But you probably don't, so hey, story time. So you might recognize
from the government. Just get a house, lol, forehead.
Discrimination laws understander here from earlier.
Actually, that man tried to run me down on a motorbike in front of my home.
Yeah.
What?
We'll get into that. But first, let's watch the rest of this interaction, starting from where he asks Lane.
Or have you tried to get a house like everybody else, and they said, no, you're weird, you can't work? No, if the state has done that, that's a problem. They said, but if someone doesn't want to live with you, that's their right. They said, no.
What is this guy going on about?
You're trans. So no, if I had human rights, that wouldn't have fucking happened. Yeah, you're weird. I don't want to live with schizophrenic. As far as I'm concerned.
Oh, okay. I don't want to live with people who are bipolar. I don't want to live with schizophrenic people. Extremely fucked up. You're right. Yeah, there was some extreme ableism in this video. Like, you know, I'd probably say that this is. Does this go along with saneism? I think this is saneism, a mixture of both, saneism, ableism. But yeah, like, you know, discriminating on people based on their mental health, extremely fucked up. Just because someone is schizophrenic doesn't mean that they're a threat to you. Just because someone is bipolar doesn't mean they're a threat to you, or even a threat to themselves in some cases, you know?
That's a terrible thing. It's too...
Okay, so one...
Yeah, like, I feel like saneism is, like, a bit of an outdated term, but, like, I've heard people refer to this kind of thing as saneism. I've heard, like, people who are disabled say, I don't know, it's problematic to say that discrimination based on mental health is ableism. I don't know. I'm just a mental health sufferer. I'm not disabled, so, you know, I don't know. But anyway, regardless, it's shitty, right? We can agree on that. It doesn't matter about the definition of it, but...
I absolutely love how at the end of this guy's conniption fit, his friends literally have to console him. Hey man, it's all right. You're not gonna have to live with weird people, bro. And actually, if you look at the top of the clip, the moment he stands up, his friends are like, okay, don't embarrass yourself, dude. Just shut the fuck up. Anyhow, I think that by learning...
Yeah, the psychologist is like, fine. He's fine with this guy saying this stuff. Extremely fucked up.
More about this guy and analyzing this situation right here, we can come to a better understanding of the event, Peterson himself, as well as the crowd's general attitudes towards trans people that day as well.
It's also worth mentioning that when I was streaming the Joe Rogan Jordan Peterson podcast, the most recent one that happened in February, that Jordan Peterson admitted to having multiple clients die under his care. You know? It's just something to consider. Something to consider when, you know, analyzing clips like this, noticing that he makes no apologies for someone who has said, I don't want to live with someone who's schizophrenic. I don't want to live with someone who's bipolar. Just interesting. Just something to think about.
So for the sake of this video, we're going to refer to him simply as Jeff. Honestly, I prefer shit for brains, but I'd have to do a lot of this.
Yeah, he's admitted to multiple people under his care just dying. Like, he's been unsuccessful in his treatment of them. Yeah, he's implying by extension that trans folk all have bipolar, schizophrenia, and other mental illnesses. That's right, yeah. Yeah.
In post, so Jeff it is. Now, Jeff did speak at the free speech rally that day. Huge content warning for transphobia. If you want to skip that, you can go to this timestamp. I do not blame you if you do.
Do you think people love those people? Do you think they're listened to? No! So they believe these crazy intersectional cultural Marxist ideas. I sit at home, I go on the internet, and I lose my mind. You're just tattooing your body and cutting off.
That's not an uncommon thing in psychiatry. I'm not saying that that's not an uncommon thing in psychiatry. You know, if we're gonna turn this conversation into like why psychiatry is bad in its current form because it's basically based on making a lot of money from extending the suffering of people so that the people who are charged with their care can like earn a higher standard of living from, you know, continuing that suffering so that they have to come back and keep, you know, using their services. You know, we're gonna get into a completely different conversation. You know, I'm bringing that up as anecdotal evidence that Jordan Peterson is a piece of shit and not good at his job, right? Do we understand each other? Welcome back, Shafiq.
I truly think this is indicative of a culture that hates men. This is general mutilation for the Western civilization.
It shows the kinds of things that were being said at that and the reason why people thought that it was important to counter-demonstrate that.
So, yeah, I want to hit on this again because it's just that the overwhelming narrative.
Yeah, and that's another good point, Kiri. Like, current mental health is designed to make people get back to work, not actually to help them. Yes. Yeah, very true.
That was spun about this day was basically, to put it bluntly, the transes have taken control and they want to nuke your free speech.
Cultural genitals.
Well, just consider this quote from a counter-protester who was present that day.
The goal with the noise disruption was not to suppress anyone's free speech, but rather not to take someone's speech lying down. These people were yelling homophobic slurs, transphobic slurs, referring to us as things and its. We were hoping to make that a little harder to hear.
I think that there's many people, certainly on the right, but also very much on the left, that just don't get that. And you know,
Jesse Gender.
Understandable, because the media failed that day. And by the way, I actually cut out the very worst of what Jeff had to say because I thought it was suitably nauseating on its own.
What's this guy's name? I don't know if we know. But yeah, pretty shitty guy in general, but we're referring to him as Jeff, apparently.
And yes, Jeff was by far the worst that I've seen of that day, but every speaker I've seen at least has moments like this.
Right, absolutely, Cynthia. That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, you know, I know that like most psychiatrists suck, but that generally means that like most psychiatrists are like as bad as Jordan Peterson, and also Jordan Peterson is also bad, and therefore like why should anyone trust him in his, you know, capacity as a psychiatrist at all, right?
No such thing as gender fluid or agender or any of that. And me being able to say that, I should not be silenced. Just as I...
But you've not been silenced. You're saying it right now. You're saying it right now.
I don't silence you when I hear your bullshit.
This free speech rally, it was kind of an anti-trans rally. Yeah, that's... Especially when you factor in that the entire event was predicated on a non-existent threat and in opposition to their rights. And you heard the cheers. The crowd ate it up.
So where did it come from? How did we get to this place where we're so fragile? The safe space people.
These were not the safe space people. These were the, oh, okay, so a highly delusional professor who thinks my rights are a cultural Marxist plot to destroy free speech and throw people into gulags is mobilizing the student body against me and my friends at the school that I fucking pay for. Well, excuse me if I don't just sit around and take this fucking...
Yeah, and Bill Maher, like, you know, normalizing and amplifying these horrific arguments is such a problem.
Bullshit, people.
Such a problem.
So, back to Jeff. It's very awkward, yet 100% predictable that Peterson just stands there stone-faced as Jeff calls Lane weird repeatedly. He obviously means trans by that, so saying, yeah, you're weird is literally the same as saying, yeah, you're black, or, you know, the thing that would really send Peterson into a rage, yeah, you're white. Ah, I'm gonna fuck you up, bucko! Yeah, nearly 10 million people have watched this. No doubt, many of them have thought, hey, that guy shaking Jordan Peterson's hand and arguing that it's totally cool to deny someone goods and services like housing for being weird, that guy is awesome. So I just feel completely obligated and very, very, very glad to share with the world what our friend Jeff was actually like behind the scenes.
He was a delivery cyclist person, and he was notorious for harassing people on his motorbike, like doing donuts around people on the street and running his bike at people. And he actually had...
What the fuck? Oh, this is a dramatic reenactment. It's not actually him. Okay.
Donuts around people on the street and running his bike at people.
Legend Levy says, I don't see the problem. Oh, what a shame. Now you can't chat in the chat anymore. Fuck you, bucko.
And he actually had a warrant out for his arrest for punching a man in the face in the lobby of...
Like, I should have known straight away. Like, I didn't acknowledge that guy's first message. in the chat because it was like, you know, he said like good beard, and anyone who makes a comment on my appearance is like a huge red flag as soon as they say shit like that. And I should know. I should just know. I should just ban these people straight away. As soon as they say something like, good beard, bro. Or like, you know, oh, check out this bald guy. I should just ban them straight away because then they always come with this like nonsense. I don't see the problem. Well, now you can't see the chat. And I'm fucking your dad. I'm your new stepdad. It's time to go to bed, bucko. Sorry, lights out. No phones. No phones. Sorry. No Twitch. No Twitch after 10 p.m. Sorry, bucko.
An apartment building when he was on delivery for Uber Eats or whoever he works for. So like when I was walking to work, he would motor past me and like yell something at me and then like turn his bike around and run past me. Like he would like harass me with his fucking motorbike on the street. Yeah, I encountered him like in the night, which was like terrifying. I saw this motorbike on the pavement.
I'm also like a little bit, you know, concerned about you as well, iStar Miss, because like, you know, you've popped in here and said as well, it's a pretty good beard, not gonna lie. And I've not addressed you for these two comments, but I am just gonna pull those up. Basically saying, I don't want to live someone I consider a liability. He says it pretty bad and says it aggressively. Probably consider the fact that like people with schizophrenia and bipolar aren't a liability, and if you consider them a liability on something that's going to happen to you, then that sounds like a bit more of a you problem and understanding people's mental health issues rather than them. And also this comment here, I'd rather just see them having a civil conversation and not be yelling over each other. Like extreme centrist vibes. Like what kind of stream do you think this is, bucko? Like, what do you think? Like, you think we want to see like a nice civil conversation between like Nazis, transphobes, and us? You think that's what you want? You think that's what we want here? Just maybe something to consider. Extremely fucked vibes. Extremely fucking fucked. You're on thin ice.
Man in front of me, and I'm like, there's no way that's him. In my mind, I was like, please don't let
Hey,
me
Multitude of Drops, how you doing?
And he rode his bike like straight at me to the point where I had to jump out of the way. And then he circled back and I ran into the bar because I didn't know what he was gonna do. And at this point, we already knew he had warrants out for his arrest for assaulting people. He had made like threats online to hurt people. Like he
just have a civil conversation with the Nazis, guys. Right? iStar Mist, I challenge you now, yeah, to find a Nazi. It won't take too long. You could probably find one on this website, actually. Find a Nazi. Have a civil conversation with them about the rights of any minority. You do that. Let me know how it goes. You come back, report back. You let me know how it goes, bucko.
He was actively endorsing violence. He actually got banned from the free speech page, which is so funny to me because they're like, free speech absolutionist, but there's always a line, isn't there? He got banned from the free speech group for endorsing violence against trans people. So I had to like hold out in this bar after almost getting run over by a fucking e-bike, the worst way.
Howdy, howdy.
Johnny, thank you so much for the year of support. Thank you for 27 months, even. I didn't even realize what I'm doing. I'm sorry. Wait, what do you mean?
Way to die.
So
you mean the kettlebell squats? I'll do them in a bit. It's fine. Johnny, thank you so much for the 27 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, that's Jeff, guys, the spontaneously violent Uber Eats delivery guy who hunted down trans people on his e-bike in the night, but really wants you to know that he is not going to live with weird people because he's just way too normal and socially well adjusted for that. Funny enough, though, Jeff is not the only one in this crowd with an extremely embarrassing story relating to Jordan Peterson and the...
RJ, how are you doing?
djmuel Prime.
What's going on, dude? Thank you so much for the 7 months of subbage.
limits of free speech.
Welcome in.
Plus, it's got a whole bunch of fucking Nazis in it. Yay! You want to hear that Jordan Peterson story with the Nazis? Well, be sure to subscribe to catch my follow-up to this video.
Right, I'll do the workouts after the video. Also, I've got to go for a wee. Back in a tick. Ugh. Italian hat? Okay. Right there. There you go. Is this a summary video on Peterson's actions over the last 5 years? It is. That's right. If it were all that JP did in the last 5 years, the video would be 12 hours long. Yeah, long. It's a very, very... You know. I haven't even put my shoes on. How are you back? I live in a very small flat. And I pee like a racehorse. That's a good hat. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, DJ Empirical. Okay, let's go. We're doing it again.
Video detailing the kind of crazy story behind this guy right here and this notorious Jordan Peterson photo.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that is the same guy. Do it!
The newest legislation is requiring people to use.
But you are aware that that's being put in place so that we can't get fired. We need to be written into the Canada human rights legislation, or we can be fired for our gender identity. Well, then why did you make a fucking video about it?
Okay, part 10. Wow. Did you just catch that? Let's take this back.
But you are aware that that's being put in place so that we can't get fired. We need to be written into the Canada human rights legislation, or we...
Okay, so I'm about to slow this down. Again, Lane has just said we need to be written into the Canada human rights legislation. They're about to finish their sentence with, or we can be fired for our gender identity. But listen to what Peterson is saying.
Uh-huh.
Fired for a gender identity. Well, then why did you make a fucking video about it?
He did not understand the bill. And yeah, there was always a level to which we knew that. There was no...
And the most interesting thing about this is that it's an extremely charitable read to give it that Jordan Peterson didn't know about that. Because here's the thing. That person that we're talking to brought that up to him. And he still continued to be a transphobic arsehole for the next 6 years. He's not stopped being a transphobic piece of shit. He's not stopped talking about how Bill C-16 is going to ruin the free speech of Canadians everywhere. You know, he's even gone more unhinged in recent years about this, you know? I'm sorry for the problematic message. No, don't worry. It's fucking... It's auto cop. Auto mod is a necessary evil cop that we have to have in the chat. It's annoying.
Never any compelled speech or anything like that. We always knew that he was at least very confused. But what I'm saying is, part 10, he didn't understand the fucking bill to a level heretofore unknown. So Peterson is just straight up admitting here that he was completely ignorant to one of the main goals of the bill, which I suppose would be fine if he hadn't made 2.5 hours worth of videos heavily implying that the legislation was written by a death cult.
I think they're connected to an entire underground apparatus of radical left political motivations. And I think uttering those words makes me a mouthpiece of some murderous ideology.
Hey, crazy idea. Before you make your old man yells at pronouns video convincing hundreds of thousands that a human rights bill is free speech genocide, maybe just, oh yeah, learn the fucking bill, you dumbass. You know, I would say that is literally the least that you could do, but no, I would be wrong. You actually did the very least that anyone could possibly do. So, I don't know, kudos for that. Here's a George Foreman grill. So the portion of the bill that Peterson was clueless about that we're just watching him discover in real time here, it's big. It's a big part of the bill. In fact, it's the bill.
But it does prevent us from accessing healthcare. It does prevent us from accessing other services.
I'm not arguing about your rights.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. C-16 is about our rights.
Okay, so, what now? What happened? How does this work now? How does the guy who said this...
I think it's ideologically motivated. I think it's divisive. I think it's dangerous. It causes chaos. It confuses people. There's no upside to it.
How? How does this guy, who is very clearly arguing against people's rights, arrive at, no, I'm not arguing against your rights? actually.
But you don't want us to have protections in the human rights bill that will allow me to have employment, allow me to have housing security, allow me to have medical care. That's what this is about. It's not about infringing on your rights or making you learn a new fucking pronoun.
I don't think that's what it's about.
It really does sound as though he's learning.
Hey, how are you doing, Lost Sue? Welcome in, gang. Please go show some love to Lost Sue, radical indigenous streamer. How are you doing, friend?
Right in that moment.
Yeah, he's being dishonest to the bone. Yeah, I agree. Like, here's the thing. So I can get behind both things in this sort of read of Peterson, right? I can get behind read one, that he definitely did not know that Bill 16, C-16 is about writing trans people into the human rights protections of citizens of Canada, right? I can buy that. But I also buy that he didn't know that because he didn't give a shit and he didn't want to know, you know, because he wanted an excuse to be a transphobic piece of shit, you know?
Granted rights. Now, how could he possibly miss that? Well, let's take a look at Jordan Peterson's first video on Bill C-16.
No, that's just his strategy for dealing with conflict. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why he didn't read it. That's why he didn't understand it. So that he can feign being an idiot when it comes to being confronted on his transphobia, right?
Okay, so he had a point there. Wawa kaki dudu, mino speaky, pee poo poo. But that's practically his only point within these 3 videos. Again, they're just a 2.5-hour virtue signal based on a fictitious existential threat to free speech and his refusal to say words that absolutely no one was forcing him to say in the first place. So I actually do think this summary is about as close to a generous steelman of his arguments as I could get, but what's really important here are his final thoughts on the bill.
The only thing I can say about legislation that's written in this manner is that it seems to me to be consciously designed to get as many people in trouble as possible. That's it. It's designed to get as many people as possible in trouble at the same time.
Oh god, he's just so like fucking so transparent. Like you could see that straight round, you know, 100%. You could just be like, that like the only way that you can read this is that he's absolutely like, no, I'm reading this my own way. This is against the free speech of everyone in the world. You know, it's everybody's gonna get arrested. It's an attack on free speech, and it's just because he's a piece of shit. You know, there are 2 types of enemy: evil or ignorant. Peterson is definitely in the ignorant camp. I disagree massively. I think he is completely evil. There's no way that you could be like that ignorant about the stuff that he says. He's just a charlatan. He's a fraud. You know, if you want to check out like my full-on analysis of what I think of Jordan Peterson, check out my VOD channel. Check out like what we were talking about in like analyzing what he was saying and why he was saying it. There are points when he gets like very, very close to saying something socialist and then all of a sudden backtracks because he realized it's getting too far left for his audience. You can check that out on my VOD channel. Go check that out in the socials. Right there. Oh, no, that's the wrong command. I can't do my own Twitch commands. There we go. They are.
That really sums it up because Peterson didn't just think that bossing people around was a byproduct of the bill. It's what he thought it was designed to do.
Yeah, that's what it is. I agree. Yeah, I agree, Chloe. It's because like that's how you know he's not ignorant, because he's been pulled up on it. Most ignorant people, yeah, when they get pulled up on something, if someone is simply ignorant and not evil, once they get pulled up on something and once they get explained, they have it explained to them that they are like completely wrong about something, they've misunderstood something, they'll go, oh, like he did, where he goes, oh, I didn't know that, but instead of like finishing the whole thing then and going, oh, I've terribly misunderstood this, I should go back and read more about it, which is generally what like an ignorant, innocent person does. He went away and grifted on this and other forms of hatred for years and years and years, and he does have a multi-million-dollar career, you know.
And that's the exact takeaway that hundreds of thousands of people who knew nothing about the bill got from these videos. But you know what they didn't get? any mention whatsoever of the actual rights and protections that the bill delivered.
See you later, multitude. Thank you for being here.
His speech that day, it just wasn't there. And after watching all this closely, my working theory is dumbass just didn't even know about them. This paranoid, windmill-charging doofus read only the parts of C-16 that validated his confirmation bias, and then just stopped once it was confirmed. Which is why we have all these deeply confused moments where he just straight up admits that he didn't even think it was supposed to legislate protections for trans people in the first place.
I think you not a law that legislates protections from discrimination for trans people.
Not this
way. You do not think that.
That's right. I don't think that.
So look, am I the one?
That's all it is. That's all it is. He doesn't think that. So what? Like, you don't think it, so that means it's true? It's so absurd.
Who's not understanding something this time? Could all of what we've been discussing just as easily be explained with Jordan Peterson is lying here? Well, yeah, of course. Come on, why the fuck not? No, that is just beyond plausible. However, I did say that I was going to attribute good faith to Peterson. After all, that would break one of his rules for life, and it wouldn't just be an ordinary lie, it would be a malicious and cowardly one.
Tell the truth, or at least don't lie.
Yeah.
Now, for the record, I'm really not being a smartass here. I genuinely do think that in just a colossal act of lack of responsibility and laziness, Peterson was cosmically misinformed about the bill at the time of these conversations. And honestly, that's why I think that this right here is one of the best and most hard-hitting questions that anyone has ever asked Jordan Peterson.
Well, then why'd you make a fucking video about it?
Oh, it's so embarrassing. I mean, not even so much for him, but for like the world. It's like, universe, what are you doing, man? Why are you allowing someone this inept to fail upwards to this insane degree?
Get your shit together and stop being pathetic.
You know, I'm actually really sad to say this. You're not a good person. You lie and lie and lie and lie and lie. That's all you do. It's just disturbing. It's actually disgusting. You're diseased. There's a virus in your head. That's it. I just can't take it anymore. Fuck this. I am not going to be your bitch. You just really screwed up. I want to beat the living crap out of you. On that note, it's been a pleasure.
The edit was so good. That edit is so good.
He was so indoctrinated into this, like McCarthyist, like Red Scare, like the trans people represent communism, like kind of like mental map that he felt so defensive of and so reactive to a situation he had never actually personally encountered. Yeah. To the point where he needed to make videos and literally say in those videos, like, I'm scared. I'm like, what is your worldview? That you're like scared of something that's never come up. Like, it's a purely hypothetical situation.
So, just to be clear, that was Lane explaining that Jordan Peterson had never even had a trans student before any of the C-16 stuff transpired. And looking at it all these years later, that just makes perfect sense. Lane is spot on. He was just a very, 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 very scared man.
All of this scares me. The laws scare me. The changes to the laws scare me. The doctrines behind the laws scare me. The people behind the doctrines also scare me. I'm scared by the response of my colleagues. And then my own response scares me. It scares me that I think that because it sounds paranoid, and that scares me as well.
So hey guys, forget about the parts from here on in. This is what we're doing to the parts. So Jordan Peterson in 2022, it really seems like he's trying to relive the past more than ever. He's just playing all the old hits. For one, he's been crying a lot. He recently cried over Antifa. He cried while
That's right.
Talking about hell. He cried while watching footage of himself crying. More notably, just this past March, Peterson launched a brand new campaign against yet another Canadian bill that I'm only about this positive he didn't even bother to read as well. C-67.
A warning to citizens of Ontario and Canada. Bill 67, which purports to be nothing but an anti-racist bill, is in fact the most pernicious and dangerous piece of legislation that any Canadian government has attempted to put forward.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Someone said it in the chat. It's Butter Bebop. White dude doesn't like equality under the law. I wonder what Peterson's view on race is. Well, there it is, gang. There it is.
Basically the Jordan Peterson equivalent of what are those straight to DVD Asylum ripoff movies? You know, snakes on a train, transmorphers, Tomb Invader. It was just a really shameless, desperate attempt at a C-16 reboot, but starring critical race theory this time? Yeah, not really worth renting. Try Jurassic World or Titanic 2 instead. Also, back in January, he finally rage quit the job that he had been warning for years and years was totally gonna fire him.
Find it hard to believe he's anything but a grifter. Yeah, I don't agree with Vadim's take that he's just an ignorant old man. I think that's pretty harmful, gotta say. I understand wanting to give people as much grace as possible, but like from everything that we've seen in this video, it's surprising to me that Vadim just seems to think that Jordan Peterson is like an ignorant old guy that just like is scared. Like, sure, you could argue that like lots of fascists are ignorant old guys that are scared, but you know, it's right there. It's right there in the video. Someone brings it up to him. They say that, like, this is a bill about including people in the Human Rights Act. And then he says, I didn't know that that's what it was. And he doesn't change his tune. You know? It's so bad. Like, I think that's pretty bad. I think it's important to remember that, like, this man is absolutely a bigot. He's absolutely a grifter. Sure, he's definitely got personal problems. He's definitely got issues, but like, that doesn't excuse anybody for being a piece of shit.
For not being woke enough, citing basically...
He co-authored papers about conservative views and how they work and how to reinforce. He basically knew how to manipulate that audience. Right, exactly. Exactly. Gilad Fritz says, oh, so JP is fascist. Yeah, 100%. 100%. He's a fascist bigot, yeah.
Woke madness as the reason? So Peterson never got his hunger strike. The free speech apocalypse never came. He never had that...
Like, I think that's an important thing to remember, right? Is that, like, the scared narrative, right? So Ludo Nar is saying in the chat, he's so scared all the time. He's scared he's not masculine enough. He's scared of women. He's scared of commies under the bed. He's scared of everything. Like, that whole... So fascism as an ideology is about a fear of being assaulted by an imaginary enemy. That's what it is. That's why fascism exists. So this imaginary enemy of, you know, the Canadian government, it's a bill that will arrest you if you like don't use someone's pronouns, right? That's an imaginary enemy, and he's capitalized on that. He's spread the word about that. So not only is he a fascist in that he believes that this imaginary enemy is a threat, he is also a fascist propagandist because he is continuing the narrative about that threat, right?
True moment of martyrdom that he just so desperately wanted.
All my sacrifices went
No worries, Niels. Thank you so much for being here, lovely.
Peterson
I'll see you soon.
Just can't seem to quit C16, and it's all very sad and pathetic, but extremely appropriate and good, because of course this entire time he's only continued to double down on everything he said about it.
The bill was this much about gender.
Right.
And it was this much about compelled speech.
No, it wasn't.
It was a crime.
Like, this is after he's been told that it's not, you know?
Crime against free speech.
Looking back, are you happy that you made that decision?
I don't believe that it was a mistake.
I feel like more so than he currently does harm, the harm that he did around the trans community and bring it into public conversation to question the validity of trans rights has had effects that have resonated and are still kind of rippling out from that event in ways that I don't even think I'm fully aware of.
You know, I learned early on that all the opposition to C16 was predicated on bullshit. But after actually discovering the details of how this all went down, how from the start, a community of people who were just trying to reach out to others and share their experiences were made into threats to democracy by this cowardly moron who was apparently even more of a moron than I ever realized. How does that work? How the far-right dumpster media not only lied, but was right in there, manipulating, agitating, and dictating the narrative from the get-go. How mainstream media was just all too willing to declare C-16 a warning to America and tell you how those trans activists that really just wanted their human rights, oh yeah, they were the real jerks here. And yet that entire time, nobody listened to them, even though their faces were plastered everywhere, and they were the story. Everything else was garbage. So knowing all of that, it's just all the more crazy, all the more of an injustice, and all the more of a huge fucking cosmic joke that all of this, that any of this, is what made Jordan Peterson famous in the first place. Hey, what's going on, guys? I've been debating how to start this portion of the video, and I decided on this. Maybe I should have done the 15-minute version. Okay, so guys, coming to you from the portion of the script that was written 6 months later. Yeah, that wasn't a bit. So I feel like I should probably touch on that. So I'll just say it was a really challenging time. It was also a time that I didn't really want to take off at all, but in the long run, I think it's actually really great that I did, because, well, I'm better than I've been in years and years and years, and I'm just really, 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 really psyched to be back. Now we're gonna wrap things up with Lane in just a little bit, but for now, a little heads up. So I uploaded the first 10 minutes of this video several times to make sure it wasn't getting demonetized, and it was every single time. And by the last time, I had literally thrown one of these noises on every single word I thought could possibly demonetize it, with the exception of 2 words that would just be beyond insulting to throw a over: the words transgender and non-binary. It's kind of fucked up, right? Now, in case you didn't know, there is very much a precedence for this sort of thing on YouTube. I really don't know how small LGBT creators put up with it. Fucking thing sucks! And I also have to admit, it's kind of scary considering the whole 6-month non-self-imposed hiatus thing. So hey, if you enjoyed this video and you don't want to see it get completely lost inside the fiery pits of the YouTube algorithm, it would be so great. Oh my God. Yes, indeed, it would be super great if you followed me at HeyIt'sVadim on Twitter and retweeted my pinned tweet containing this video at the top of my feed. Seriously, it really helps get the video out there, so if you could consider doing that, it would be amazing! You know what? You guys are so awesome. Come on, high five! And finally, of course, please consider becoming my patron on Patreon. Help me earn a living wage. Help me earn a minimum wage. Yeah,
that's a mood.
Like that right now. Help me afford a better camera, better sound equipment.
I don't follow people that are mean to Kara. This guy was mean to Kara? No fucking way.
Non-plug-in generated bisexual lighting. The co-payment that I can't currently afford on the sleep study that I kind of really, really need.
At one point, yes. Okay, do you want to DM me about that porcelain giant? That'd be cool to get filled in about that.
Yeah, it is like that right now, but I'm very optimistic it's going to turn around soon.
Anyway, let's skip to the bit where he...
I just want to give a super duper big thank you to Lane. I think they are
wraps up with Lane.
Badass. Yeah. They made this video what it was. This video would not exist without their participation. I'd also like to thank Jesse Gender. Links to both of their channels are down below. You should definitely check them out. So
you don't know enough about it, to be fair? Okay, well, I'll DM Kara myself.
Last few moments over to Lane. I'll see you guys soon. And hey, don't forget to hug your cats.
Over time, I feel like I came to a greater understanding perhaps of how little the general public understands trans people. At the time, it was very difficult for me to imagine how hard it would be to elicit the empathy of the general population. Like I literally just thought, I was like, this is such a cut and dry, black and white issue that is so easily understood, and Jordan Peterson's things are so easily debunked if somebody just looks at it for 5 seconds. And I feel like I just had such naivety. I didn't understand the extent to which people were going to oppose us and willfully misunderstand us. I feel like I'm at a point in my life where I think about him very little.
It was over Kyle Shittenhouse?
Because I feel like he's done enough of a job of disgracing himself in the years since then that I don't feel called to the task of challenging him at this point in my life.
Hey, Asa, how are you doing?
I don't regret anything. I'm really proud of everything that we did, especially organizing the teach-in. To be honest, it was a historical moment at the university. It was the largest gathering of openly trans people in the university's history. It was such a beautiful demonstration of people being so open and so vulnerable and so ready to have a moment of human connection and conversation that I just wish that that was what we remembered. And I don't know, I hope that eventually people will like revisit that and learn about the original rally that happened, because that was a really great thing that we did.
Right, okay, cool video. It was a good video, apart from, yeah, as we've spoken about already, the fact that, like, I don't know, Vadim seems to make an excuse for Jordan Peterson there and saying that he's just like an idiot. For a start, he's definitely not as much of an idiot as, you know, people are making out. And it does make like this is the same shit that people have when people say like, oh, Trump is stupid, you know, or like, oh, Boris Johnson's just a bumbling idiot, he's incompetent. And it's like, no, these arguments do nothing but make excuses for fascists. Like, that's all that's going on there. You know, other than that, great video. You know, a lot of good stuff in there, a lot of good analysis in there. But yeah, I just think that whole fucking bit about like, yeah, oh, he's just like a big idiot, not helpful, not good, and not true. He's 1000% a grifter who knows that the stuff that he says is incorrect, and understands that, like, you know, what he's doing is harmful. There's no way he doesn't know that. He's been corrected on it multiple times from multiple people. There's even a chance that he's absolutely read the bill and has still decided to be a piece of shit to it, you know? My feelings toward Vadim is that he's a liberal, further left than most liberals, but still a liberal. It seems like a lib take, yeah. Seems like a bit of a lib take, but, you know. I still think we've got, like, you know, more of a chance of, like, making that argument to Vadim and potentially, you know, making him understand why that's bad rather than, you know, any other people. Reminds me of what Cody said about Ben Shabibo. Are you grifting or just stupid? Yeah, it's you know, yeah, it's absolutely grifting. That's how my dad clear a drain, smelly pie burst on my head, which is kind of like an allegory for reading 12 rules when you think about it. That's incredibly true, Husker. I'm sorry that you had to do that. I also had to help my parents do a thing today. Well, my mum. So, yeah. Okay. What have we got next? That's the big question for everybody. The big, huge question for everybody. And the answer is it's more Goblin Fella time. That's right, gang. We're gonna check out at least one Goblin Guy video today. At least one. That's right. It's Goblin Club. We all love Goblin Club. It's Goblin O'Clock. Hey, Acton Bellatrix, how are you doing? We're going back into just chatting. Which Goblin Man? The only Goblin Man. The only Goblin Man that matters. I've been waiting all day. Oh, yeah, that's right. Everybody's been really good. Everyone's been really, really well behaved. Well done, chat, for being so well behaved. It's Goblin time. That's right. You heard it here first. It's the Goblin Man. That's exactly what it is. Here we go, gang. You've been waiting for it. You've been patient. It's Goblin Guy. What's he gonna talk about today? What's he gonna talk about today? Who knows? I don't know. Let's find out together. This video is called Laughing Stock Britain. Oh, that's very loud. This is absolutely another song of his. 100%. This is definitely one of his songs because there's no structure to it. It's just the same riff over and over again. I am absolutely considering a Goblin video bingus. Is this from today? No.
Hope you settled in, 'cause I'm just gonna chat. You know, the pheasants are getting ready to roost, or it's at least 2.5 hours till dark. Anyway, Britain is unique.
That's incredibly true. That's hilarious. He's saying that, considering we're watching an extremely unique phenomenon. An extremely unique phenomenon. He is an extremely unique phenomenon of the British Isles. This is a new guy. I can't believe people haven't seen this guy. It mildly threatening, sometimes based Goblin Hunter. That's right. That's right. I liked it better with the beard. This is a different guy. This is a different fucking guy. This guy is not like Erwin Saunders. He doesn't have a beard. Erwin Saunders has the beard. He doesn't actually believe that goblins are real. This man genuinely believes that goblins are real. Not just goblins, fairies, trolls. It's fucking brilliant. This is our new favorite goblin person. Hey, Tutors, how are you doing? Can I get a shout out for Tutors, please? Oh, I can't wait to hear what he says about Britain.
On one side, we have the warm Gulf Stream that comes up. And on the other side, we have the freezing Siberian fronts. And in the middle, where they meet, is Britain.
I'm already fucking living for this video.
So it's no wonder then that we have one hot tap and one cold tap.
What does that mean? What does that even mean?
Now, I know most countries laugh at this, but there's actually a really good reason for it.
I've got multiple taps that aren't hot or cold. What are you talking about?
And of course, I would know that, wouldn't I? The reason is quite simple, and that is one of the tanks was actually uncovered. And I'm pretty sure it was the hot one, because the hot water came in from a cold tank and then got heated up in the boiler and then through to the hot tap. So what it meant was that very often...
He's talking about something from the 1970s. He's talking about something from the 1970s. You know? Like, this is not a fucking, like... This is not something that exists today very much. Like I said, like, my fucking... You know? It is a British thing, having two separate taps. Like, I just do, like... Honestly.
Would fall in and die, or pigeons, or... You know, something could easily fall into it and die. And that's why. That's why they're on separate taps, because they come from a different tank. I mean, nowadays, they all come from the same tank, so it doesn't matter.
What's this got to do with anything?
The cold water comes in and then gets heated up, or goes straight to the cold tap. And that's what it's about. That is why we have two different taps, because we had two different tanks.
Whoa. Not long enough to read that.
Taps, because we had 2 different tanks.
Being so hard to explain makes me doubt this. What? Right, listen. Listen, this is all I think when I see this. This is... What the fuck?
Now, the other thing that is... we get laughed
Illuminati made the taps? What does he mean?
for is our inability to cope when it's snowing. Well, the reason is quite simple, and that is we don't get enough of it because
yes, that's completely true, Porcelain. Every single adult is just a big child. You know?
the Gulf Stream, we don't have it. It's not like we have a month, you know, we maybe have a few days, maybe. Some years we don't have any snow, or we have snow that lasts like a day. So there's no need to change from summer tyres to winter tyres, or put chains on your car.
Uh-huh.
Because we don't have it for that long.
Right.
There's a few rare occasions, and they're they're quite famous, like the winter of '63.
He's back, Sue. He's back. We're doing it again.
Winter of '62, isn't it? You know, I mean, if you look at footage about that, I mean...
DMing me a peak mule meme? Okay.
Thick. But it's rare. It's a rare occurrence. So, why is... so why, you know, why spend lots of money and time preparing for something that might not happen?
Andy, that is quality. Andy, that is absolutely quality. This guy legit looks like Bob as well. He legit looks like Bob from Twin Peaks. Holy shit. Dude, I fucking love you so much. Oh god,
this year or next
that's
year,
great.
10 years time, just deal with it when it happens, is how it's viewed.
What?
And the third thing, and
there's two taps in the meme. There's two taps.
Is the design of the houses here. We don't have air conditioning for the same reason. We don't have summers that are that hot that we need air conditioning.
What are you getting at? What are you getting at? I need to know what he's getting at.
We just don't. Even with climate change, we've had a few, but this summer wasn't that hot. You know.
Hey Gree, what's going on? It's your favorite guy. Hey Rain Trigger, how are you?
So there's no point installing it. It's, you know, it's something else to repair, something else to pay to be serviced, and we don't actually need it.
Right.
It's very rare that we'd use it. You know, when we do have a heat wave, and heat waves are another thing.
Gree, he's talking about taps. He's talking about air conditioning. It's just so absurd.
Because heat waves are based on having a temperature 5 degrees hotter than would normally be expected. That's all. Just because some...
Yeah, he's saying that the rest of the world needs to colonize Britain. That's right. That's extremely correct, yes.
Countries have 40-degree heat. You know, it doesn't apply here. If we had 40-degree heat, that would be that would be a scorching wipeout. Because
so I just have to explain to everybody who is confused as to what's going on. I'm still confused, right? I'm still confused because I don't limit my interactions to other British people, right? I have you lot who are in the stream every night. I talk to a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds, you know, and it makes you like, you know, when conversations like this happen, it's like, I'm just not going to listen because it doesn't make any sense. But I will say to you right now, when I've said to you before about how this is just like a type of guy in Britain, this is like the kind of thing, like when I was 15 and I would go like illegally into pubs underage, like with my pals and just like, you know, drink pints of Guinness and shit. Like we would inevitably end up speaking to like a guy like this. And this is like the kind of conversation that you'd have. This sounds like someone trying to like teach kids about why Britain is, you know, the way it is or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just feels, this is just like a type of guy. I can't stress that enough.
About oh, well, Australia gets 40 degrees, so surely the British should be able to cope with it. But it's not about that. That's not what it's about.
No one says that. Nobody says that, dude. There's nobody who says that. There's nobody who looks at the infrastructure that Britain has, or like the way that homes are built, and then says, oh, Brits should be able to cope with extreme weather changes. Nobody says that. He's made up a guy.
The whole of it, the whole of our climate is not like Australia. It's not like Iran. It's not like Sweden.
He's teaching us interesting facts that he thinks that we don't know, but it's actually just that he's recently discovered them. That's all it is. That's all it is. He sounds like the energy vampire from What We Do in the Shadows. Yeah. This guy is an extreme energy vampire. He's definitely a member of the campaign for Real Ale. That's correct. Yes.
So there is no point.
All right, listen, gang, get your notes out. Get your notepad. I've got my notepad out here. Take your notes. Get your Pep OGs, right? You know. Britain, it's not Iran. Britain, it's not Sweden, right? Have you got that down? Put that down in your copybook now. Very important. It's going to be in the test.
Point having air conditioning because it's rarely used. And again, that's another reason why our houses are built the way they're built. They're built to stay warm. Rather than let air circulate.
You got it? You got it?
Because
I've lost you.
We live in a very moist, damp, warm-ish climate.
Yeah.
So there's some things that I've found out over the years.
Hey Dave, how you doing?
And where people laugh at how we are, it's all based on, it's just based on that, practical.
No, nobody laughs about this. You've made up a guy. Nobody's sitting there and laughing about Brits. Well, I guess some people laugh at how Brits can't handle hot weather, but it's like, it's just not a thing. It's just not a thing. Has he not heard about how it's already a struggle for British people to live in these houses in recent summers because of how they insulate heat? Right, yeah. This is it.
Cool things. Admittedly, there are other things that happened after the war.
By years, he means week.
They had the men from the ministry do everything. And
the Europeans laughed at our taps so much, so we had to leave the EU. That's right, Mr. Fishy. How are you doing?
That fucked up a lot, didn't it? But that's probably another video.
Wait, what? What did he say?
Practical things. Admittedly, there are other things that happened after the war, just because they had the men from the ministry do everything, and that fucked up a lot, didn't it? But that's probably another video.
Oh, he's gonna do another video about the men from the ministry after the war. I can't wait for that one.
Anyway, thanks for watching.
Is that it?
So, ta-ra.
This guy is a cryptid. He's a cryptid. Right, listen. I'm understanding that a lot of people apparently don't know about this guy. I'm understanding that a lot of people apparently don't know about our friend, the gnome boy, the goblin guy. Here's one of our favorite videos of him. He's actually got a playlist here called Funny.
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. Gnome Dance of Joy. Like, we watched this one the other day. It's very good. It's only a minute long. There is a way that you can improve upon this video. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, no, wait. You can't improve upon this video. This is the different one. This is the different one. We watched this one. We watched this one on Thursday. This one is fucking beyond. Right, I have to say, this is like an actual safety warning as well. Right? This is an actual safety warning, right? Do not attempt to drink any water while this clip is playing. You will spit it everywhere, potentially on you know, hazardous equipment. So, you know, just have a little sup, have a little chug before we dive in. Right? Are you ready? Don't attempt to eat. You might choke. Don't do it. Okay. We're playing it. 3, 2, 1. Here it goes. Here we go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're liking this, chat. You're liking this? Yeah. He who gnomes. Does a gnome dance of joy. Oh, it's so good. It's just incredible. It's easily one of the best videos of all time. Of all time. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. Cringe pain. I'm not liking this. Yep. That's a good punt. That's what he stops in the middle of the road for. That's right. All he needs is some glow sticks. I know. And this is a better one. This is a longer gnome dance of joy. He does this to appease the gods. The gods of the forest. And we do have to play the Lost Woods theme with this as well. And the reason that we have to play the Lost Woods theme with it is because otherwise it's just this. And that's too cringe for some people. That's too cringe for some people. Some people have actually died from cringe from just watching that. And I'm sorry, but it had to be done. Just to explain to you the dangers of this level of cringe. So we have to play the Lost Woods theme along with this. Otherwise, it would just be too much. Everyone get the video on in the background. Boost the view count. He's so joyful. No, the Zelda music's not in the video. I did it myself. Otherwise, as I said, it would be so cringe that some people would fucking die. Like, that's just... I can't be responsible. I'm not going to be responsible for that. I can't. No offense. That really made me laugh when I read that in the chat. Like, no offense, but it's kind of a half-assed gnome dance. It really is. It really is. Right, so we got that. What else have we got? Green Stormtrooper Cabaret. Right, I'm gonna fucking wet myself. I'm gonna wet myself if I watch any more of this. So, be right back, real quick. Back in a tick. Oh!
hello, my old chum.
Right. Okay. Okay. This video is apparently called Green Stormtrooper Cabaret. No idea what that means. No idea what to expect. This is New Frontiers. What? Is that it? It could mean anything. This could mean absolutely anything. This could what I'm so upset. I'm so confused. What the fuck was that? What does he mean, Stormtrooper? What does that mean? He kept the first take. He didn't care. Mark, what are you doing, pal? What's going on? You want to see it again? You want to see it again? I bet he plays the djembe badly. That's right. It's avant-garde. Avant-garde, I agree. Okay, we're pulling it up. We're pulling it up. We're pulling it up for the babies in the chat. Again. We're pulling it up. Okay. By the way, it's just one baby in the chat that said that. But yeah, baby in the chat. We're pulling it up for you, Kiri. Just trying to understand why he kept the failed take. It's because he's authentic. Revolutionizing YouTube content, yep. Shitting and coming out of rage, to be honest. What's that video? He's not making content for anyone but himself. I think there is like an element of beauty to that, you know? Like, he's not doing this for anybody else. What he doesn't know is that he is making it for us. Like, he does not know that he's making this, you know, video for, like, a bunch of weird queer leftists. You know, like, he just thinks he's got no idea that there's, like, a bunch of communists watching his videos, and we love him. He just doesn't know, you know? He just doesn't know. It's great. Okay, this one is 19 minutes long, and it's called Through a Hedge Backwards. It's in the playlist called Funny, so I've got no idea what to expect. It's the same music from the Gnome Dance video. He's got a huge fan base he's got no idea about. Is he taking a shit in the woods there? Is that him taking a shit in the woods? He has told us that he's definitely taken a shit in the woods. By the way, that's confirmed, chat. That's confirmed. To be fair, you have to have... to be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand the goblin guy. The humor is extremely subtle, and without a solid grasp of Fey lore, most of the jokes will go over a typical viewer's head. He's the gender-fluid druid, yeah.
Thanks for joining me. Who fancies an adventure? Great. Come on, let's do it. This is my perfect woodlands. Soaking wet.
Oh, he is a slug person. He's a moist guy. He's a wet fella. For sure. Am I the only one who finds the name of the channel awkward and annoying? Yeah, I don't know why he called it a coincidental life. All life is coincidental if you think about it.
A bit too warm for me, but, you know. So, I suggest we start by going through a hedge backwards.
Why?
Bet that explains things.
What?
So, let's just go and see what we can find.
This is extremely original content, yeah.
I have no real plan, but that's how woodland magic works.
Goblin Joblin was taken.
No,
That's how woodland magic works. That's how woodland magic works. All is clear
like
now.
An already made den. Wow, look at that.
Now, this is the kind of thing that I used to do when I was a kid. I would find like a hedge that is like a den, and I would like sit in it and stuff. You know what I mean?
Should we go in?
He's just feeling a little crazy today. He's feeling a little wacky. He's feeling a little crazy. He's gonna go into the hedge den.
Oh, mind your head. Wow, look at that. What do you reckon? Do you reckon the muntjac hides in here? The muntjac is a kind of deer that's a bit like a pig. Obviously they're not native, and they tend to bite trees sort of about that height from the ground and ring bark them, eat the bark all the way around, and then that's the tree gone. So they're not very liked, actually. Now we have a choice. I'm tempted to go straight down.
The muntjac is the kind of deer that looks like a pig. Well, I had this the first time we watched him, and it is a real animal. It's actually a legit real animal. It's one of these. It doesn't really look like a pig. I don't know why he thinks it looks like a pig. That's a bit of an odd comparison, but it's one of these. It's one of these boys. Extremely cute boy. It's one of them. Maybe the nose. Maybe he thinks the nose is a bit like a pig.
I know it's through a patch of periwinkle, but
it's got fangs apparently, yeah.
Sometimes these things have to be done. And look at that on the floor. All the seed heads of the bluebells.
It's not a pig. It's a deer. It's a deer that just looks like a deer. It's a deer that just looks like a fucking deer.
They weren't as good this year, but there's still bluebells.
He goes by medieval descriptions, yeah. There is a problem with muntjac in the southwest of England. Yeah, like he said, I don't think it is a native animal.
For pheasant. There's one wandering through.
Hey, Sean and G, how you doing?
Now, if you didn't know better, you'd say it's black wood. And looking at that bark, I'd say this is a willow, isn't it?
What?
Isn't that the bark of a willow?
Is it?
Pussy willow.
It
obviously fell over, look.
Maybe.
But it's quite magical and tribal with the diamond patterns.
How is a tree tribal? What are you talking about, bro?
Look at that.
Too red for a willow?
Okay.
Pussy willow.
And the dying leaves and seed heads of the
We called the willow a pussy, yeah.
And if you can
That's not fair.
Smell. Oh, I'm stuck. Bear with me. Thanks.
How is he struck? Stuck?
Yeah, dying back and dying off. And we come to
Willusy,
one of the ladies of the wood.
We've come to one of the ladies of the wood?
In fact, this might be a gentleman of the wood.
What? You can't gender trees, Mark.
And sadly... Yep. Sadly, the ash dieback might get it. But isn't it? Look at that. The twist. You can see the twist on the bark as it goes up there.
Just to be certain that everybody knows this guy's grift, he offers services like woodland doctor. And, like, you know, he's like a detective of the woodland, and he will know if there's people coming into your woods and making your trees go funny. And he is also, like, a druid, a shaman. I don't fucking know. He has all kinds of services listed on his website. He could take you to the afterlife if you're dying. All this kind of stuff.
What would you say it was? That's an anti-clockwise twist, which, that is, nature does tend to grow anti-clockwise.
Nature tends to grow anti-clockwise. That's right. Nature adheres to the things that humans created. That's right. They do that. They do that.
You know, no matter what the magic books will tell you, but it's a wonderful tree. To lose.
What's on about the magic
trees
books?
Like this in the middle of woods is.
He could detect chemicals in the water turning the frogs gay. That's true.
Oh, look at that bark. Look at it.
He's done so many fucking shrooms today, gang.
It's kind of rough, but can you hear that?
This is just what I do. Well, it's what I used to do when I've taken, like, a lot of shrooms. Just, like, go around different trees and just be like, yeah, sick. I love looking at these trees. I love touching these trees, you know? I would pay this guy to fly over the redwood forest. That would be so good.
Almost sounding hollow. Now, when I was a child, there were some books. They were very posh, I would say, but they were about this bear called Rupert.
Rupert the Bear! Is Rupert the Bear a posh book? I used to read Rupert the Bear.
I wasn't a big fan of Rupert. I was a big fan of all the characters that appeared. And this thing, that's like Raggetty. And if anyone ever read Rupert books from the late 60s, early 70s, you'll remember Raggetty. Raggetty was one of the wood spirits that I got introduced to via those kind of books, because they were all about roaming in.
Right, he's on about this. He's on about this. He's on about this character from Rupert the Bear, Raggetty. Just a little, you know? Just a little wood guy. Just a little, you know? My gran used to buy me a Rupert annual at Christmas every year. Yeah. Rupert the Bear is as posh as Paddington. Is Paddington posh? I didn't know that Paddington was posh.
In the countryside.
A bear in clothes is very posh, yes.
And basically, I grew up not too far from countryside, so...
Rupert the Bear books are old magic books, that's right. Yeah.
Should we take a look back?
He does have zero concentration. Very ADHD friendly, yeah. That's right.
Look at that. If only I could put onto the camera what this actually feels like. And even if a slight bit of it comes across to you, then...
Paddington lives in a 3-story house in South London, rich as fuck. Oh, okay. I don't know. All right.
Then my work is done.
The bourgeoisie, that's right.
Places. And you know, it doesn't take long to plant from scratch to get somewhere like this. Obviously, a tree like that wouldn't exist. But look at this. Look at that for a twist.
What twist? What twist are you talking about, dude? Oh, it's twisting round the other one. Okay, the 2 branches intermingling. Gonna be sad to Gulag Paddington.
Recognise that as a hazel. Now,
that does suck.
I'm thinking we go across this way. Because there's the stream there. Down. So can you see it? Below that tree, that line. And along there.
Uh-huh.
And round.
Yep.
But that's this is partly the reason why I thought you might like to come here because...
Can I get a link? You want a link to this guy's channel? Sure thing. Sure thing. Absolutely. There you go. Is he gonna go through any portals? I fucking hope so. We're only 8 minutes in.
The Whirlpool... The Waterfall Whirlpool Bridge is doing.
What?
And yes, it's a 3-in-1.
A 3-in-1.
This is something that not many people like in this country, seeing in the woods, but we're keeping an eye on this, and if I'm honest, it hasn't really moved.
Oh, is he on about not wood?
That much. And I'm quite happy that this is the only one.
Oh wait, what is this?
Flowers are just a bit over now.
I have to show Marina this channel. Marina Dove, they would fucking love... I guarantee they would love this shit. They would love this shit. There is so many little cheeky videos. You've got to show Marina the one where he... What's it called? It's literally called like fairies, something and something and something. Hang on, let me get to my watch later bit. It's like the first video that we watched of his. Oh, rhododendron. Is that what he's talking about? Portals, fairies, mounds, trolls, and elves. Right, this one. Fuck, this was such a good introduction to him. This was such a good introduction to him. This one. This is the one you need. This is the one you need to show Marina. They'll fucking love this one. This one's got 52,000 views. It's got 1,500 likes. God damn it.
For any aeroplane noise, I can't. If I could control them, I certainly would. But anyway, we'll have to continue with that. Ruining things. Or not. If you can block it out, great.
Hazardakis. Yeah, there's another one where he implies he committed arson. Not only implies he committed arson, but says that ghosts did it. Oh, we think he's high. Yeah, we think he's high as fuck.
That's an ash there in the centre. That's quite an old one as well. I like the way the dead branch is looking from here. Dead branch, the tree.
He wishes for powers.
So,
sorry.
Look at that.
He wishes for powers to control airplanes.
Coating all the way up. That shows you just how damp this is in here.
Yeah, our first intro to him was some casual breaking and entering.
Yeah, I've got moss.
Hey Josh, how you doing? Yeah, forest fairy guy again.
Now, some of this ground is actually quite hard to walk on.
Got some balls to record yourself while blazing like this.
Cleavers.
He named one of his lighters Ghosts.
Lots of debris and holes.
Oh, so good.
Duck.
Yeah, he's not getting horny for moss yet. That's a bad sign. Also, I just need to reiterate, this video is in the playlist called Horny. I nearly said horny. This is in the playlist called Funny.
You there coming with me. Just love how wood decays. The sculpturalness of it. I mean, look at those colours. I know the rain's brought it out, but it's just...
He's been incredibly horny for moss, yeah.
Sometimes it's orgasmic.
He just got... See? 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 As soon as I said it! He's an absolute dendrophiliac. He's 1,000% a dendrophiliac.
Sometimes it's orgasmic. There's another.
The fucking timing on that. Tick the box. Tick the box.
Duck again.
God, it's so fucking funny.
Can you go up or under or over? Okay.
He's got wood for wood. R/moss fuckers. Okay, we got some rhubarb. That's cool.
Is this bastard rhubarb? Does anyone know? It's not gonorrhea.
It's not gonorrhea.
Bastard rhubarb. I mean, look at the size of these leaves. They are massive.
That's gotta be rhubarb.
Look at that in there.
No, actually, I don't think it is rhubarb.
Now that's a sight you don't meet every day.
Like, the sad thing is that, like, so this is, I think this is just like a natural progression of what happens in, like, you know, when you just, like, are extremely offline and you don't speak to many people and you just go into the woods most of the day, you know? Yeah, Pussy Willow and now Bastard Rhubarb. Yeah, 2 people said that in the chat. Oh god. Yeah, rhubarb is red, yeah. I want Sean Bean to call rhubarb bastards. Yeah. Like, it's sweet. He is talking about cute, sweet things. He's talking about, like, you know, like, yeah, it's nice to look at the way that plants grow and stuff like that, you know? It's kind of nice. It's kind of cute. But it's just so funny when he starts to say that there's fairies and trolls and just... Oh, God, it's so funny. So funny. He talks to the camera like it's his friend who was brought out. He's brought out on an adventure with him. Yeah, true. Yeah, let him appreciate nature. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Master, how you doing? Hey, Mad Pony, how are you?
Well, let's continue.
Oh, this is just the best content. It's so good.
It is amazing.
It's good for loads of different reasons because, like, when he's not saying anything completely insane, it's just like a nice bit of footage of the woods, right? You know?
In this stuff, because in the spring, it starts off kind of like that, but also like a little cauliflower, but smaller than my fist. And
chaotic good, that's right.
Into this.
He needs to stop touching grass and get on Twitter, yeah, I agree.
And this is one of the most amazing things here. Look at that. That tree growing off that branch, which is a dead ash.
That is pretty cool.
It's not an epiphyte, it's sown a seed there, and it's obviously tapped into.
Wait, the red colour is added artificially? What's a rhubarb?
That goes down into...
How does that work? My grand's had rhubarb growing that has naturally red in it.
There's a pollarded willow, must have been pollarded last year. I guess it got hit by a tree, actually. Wouldn't be surprised because there are a lot of poplars over that side that keep crashing down. It's a bit like a tropical area, isn't it, with these?
No. No, it's not.
Ah, butterfly lawn, buttercup lawn.
The stuff from the supermarket is artificially added colour to rhubarb, like they do with roses. No, roses are also naturally red. What are you talking about?
Wait.
You mean like sometimes they do that?
Here we go. Can you hear the water? That certainly is sounding.
Should I go around in the woods and film stuff? Yes.
It's got a lot busier.
Yeah, pollarding is the same as coppicing.
It has.
I learned about coppicing and pollarding recently by watching Andrewism's latest video. I watched it on Saturday night. Andrewism talks about how pollarding and coppicing is incredibly useful for a solar punk society. Cool as hell. Hey, Vord. Okay, 2 people in the chat referencing sounding as horny. I'm glad that we have the same brains. I attract the same people as me. Because, yes, I also thought of the act of putting things down a penis when he said sounding. Yes.
Because it dried up.
Thank you.
You've probably seen the video.
I didn't want to say it, but you said it.
Videos of it going crazy here. Well, it dried up after then for a while. If you haven't seen the videos of it going crazy, check them out. I would link the, but I can't remember which ones they are. So I'll try and link it, but I forget when I upload.
You didn't, by the way? You just expected it to be an extra word? Oh, right.
Sometimes.
2 other people were gonna. Hey, Satirical, how you doing? He's not spoken about burning down houses yet.
Let's take you to the Hornbeam Avenue. I call it the Hornbeam Avenue. For those of you who are interested in the woodland nature side of my videos, I've got another channel called Woodland Temple, which you can check out if you want. That just deals with woods and trees. Mostly walks without me.
His second channel is just like so boring compared to this.
Talking. There's a few of me talking, but I will do one about that. It's not going to be nice, but you know, there is a lot of sadness in nature. Death and destruction is part of it, whether natural or unnatural.
Oh god, he loves talking about how death and destruction is everywhere in the woods, and it's just like a British fucking wood. It's so funny.
But here in front of us, look at these.
It's not going to be nice. He's going to burn down another house.
Beautiful hornbeams. Some of them have died. Looks like there's a new one coming. But look, let me take you here. Look at that.
Vaguely conspiratorial talk. You get the bingo, yeah.
Beautiful curve. There's something about curves and arches. Or is that me just being male?
Pardon me? What the fuck are you talking about? Hey, Big Dill, how you doing? Can I get a shout out for Big Dill, please, Shafiq?
I know, just...
What's he on about? Curves and arches? Is that just me being male? Well, for a start, he's being misogynistic and homophobic right there.
Oh. Sometimes.
He's definitely a dendrophile. The masculine urge to recognize shapes.
I'm lost for words.
But he is a dendrophile. He is.
Down here.
He's so horny for the trees.
In the spring.
I love it for him, to be honest.
Grows those little white things. I thought they were broom rape, but they're not. There's something else. And I now forget what their name is. So that's really helpful for you.
So far on this mission of walking through a hedge backwards, the guy who sells services to appraise forests, and he is actually like a guy that definitely, you know, is hired to do these things. He has unsuccessfully appraised and identified multiple trees. He also, like, didn't know whether a plant was rhubarb or not, and is now a little bit confused as to what some other trees are.
Okay, well, I guess...
He's got a picture collection of dryads, yeah. What are you doing? Bro, what are you doing? Bro, what are you doing? What's he doing?
I love little things like that.
What do you mean?
See, here's some older ones. That one's gone, but look at what the woodpecker's been doing. Woodpecker and beetles have been having this. Now.
So what you're saying is you definitely go mushroom hunting with him? I actually unironically would go foraging or just on a walk with this guy, because I just think it'd be hilarious. And I feel like I could definitely, like, commie pill him 100%, because the stuff that he said in the past about, like, you know, the unions. There was like a conspiracy to destroy the unions and stuff. I think he's like well on the way. He's already an anarchist. We know he's an anarchist. But he's just like a little bit weird and a little bit conspiratorial, you know? He's definitely conspiracy left. Not to the level of like Caleb Maupin, but definitely to the level of like, you know, he doesn't want to take the COVID vaccine and stuff, you know? He's probably going to get you killed. Yeah, that's true. True.
That is the telltale bootlace sign of honey fungus. Talking of death in the woods, that's basically tree killer. And it doesn't help that you can eat it, but I'm now suspecting that the reason that's dead, that other one down there is dead, the reason this one doesn't look too healthy, and the reason that those two are down is because of that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, look at these roots. Look at that.
Okay, so I just checked and honey fungus is a real thing. I just had to check that.
But you have to appreciate the beauty in everything. Well, we're actually on the other side of the stream now. And we've reached the stile.
Oh, he's going to kick the fuck out of this gate. He's going to destroy it. I double check everything that fucking comes out of him. Yeah, definitely. Oh, God. See, the problem with this guy is that he's like, you know, he wants to be a druid. He is, you know, he's desperate to be like the guardian of the forest and stuff like that, right? But the unfortunate reality is that he's white. So not only in his mission does he appropriate indigenous culture a little bit, right? He also is just like incredibly unnecessarily confident in everything that he says. So he's like, yep, that's honey fungus. Yep, that's a pussy willow. Yep, that's a ash. That's a you know, hornbeam. Blah, 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 blah. All this. Yeah, the fairies are real and the ghosts burned down that house. So, you know, that's the problem.
So thanks for joining me.
That's it.
Join me next time. Check out Woodland Temple if you want. There's some good footage in there.
Dude, that was not funny. That was not funny. Okay, gonna give him one more chance to be funny. Gonna be one more chance to be funny. This is Madman with a pole. Let's check this out.
Hello, well, this is an experiment. I've got a long pole. And I'm just...
The Celtics weren't white. No, I mean he's like a modern British white guy, you know?
Seeing just how well this works.
And also it's the Celts.
I think that was a magpie, wasn't it? Jays are more squawky. Did you hear it? Oh.
He's got a whole series. Dill, this guy's got like 500 videos. He's got like an absurd amount of content. He's got so much content that he's got no idea. Like he was just saying then that, oh, I did a video on this. I would link it, but I can't remember which fucking one it was. Because he just like films so much stuff and just uploads it.
Well, the planes are going crazy today. There isn't a second in between them. So, and there's no way I can edit that out in between my voice. It would just sound too weird. So, oh well.
I highly, like, I understand. He definitely couldn't just edit it out because that would be really, like, it would sound weird and it's not going to happen. But I also highly doubt his ability to be able to do that based on the editing that we've seen on this channel already. All right, Tommy. Thanks for being here. Take it easy, lovely. Sleep well.
So yeah, so we're taking a little stroll up to the pond.
Right, he's an anarchist that also wants to be an authority on
aren't
something,
clear to
yeah.
me.
Wait, what? He's taking a stroll up to the pond for reasons that aren't clear to him.
Yeah, so we're taking a little stroll up to the pond for reasons that aren't clear to me. You know, do you have that? Where you just feel like you have to do something and you just go and do it? And sometimes something exciting happens, sometimes something mundane, sometimes nothing happens.
He's acting on orders from the Fae. That's right.
I haven't. I wasn't involved.
The lady of the pond is calling off Fair Arthur.
But ooh.
He's following the vibes, yeah.
This is the problem with having it on a pole.
Oh, the pole he's talking about is the fucking selfie stick. That's what it is. He's on about the selfie stick. I thought he was going to do like a pole vaulting thing.
It's okay if you're walking along, but when I want to turn it around to show you this,
he's listening to Inland Empire.
So there you go. So have a look at it this way. You can see all the weed. Yeah.
So with the pole dancing, yeah.
Actually, my journey here was because I was wondering if it was a good idea to set up the tripod and do a time lapse or just do a section of the pond. But I think that pond was better last year. Isn't it funny? Some years are better than others.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't figure he was buff enough to do a one-person caber toss, right?
Bums are bigger than other girls' mums' bums.
What? What the What the fuck?
The pond, but I think that pond was better last year. Isn't it funny? Some years are better than others. Yeah, some girls' mums' bums are bigger than other girls' mums' bums. It's actually alright, isn't it? Looking this way. I mean, I can't angle it. Oh, I can.
What is that? Is that a Smiths reference? Is that from the Smiths? Is that Morrissey? Did Morrissey write that lyric?
I can undo it.
Oh, that's funny as fuck.
Still. But it goes.
I used to listen to the Smiths before I realized that Morrissey was a raving fucking racist.
Back to the side anyway, so I can swap hands so I can wave with my left.
I can just hear it now. Some girls are bums bigger than others.
Wave with my right. It's funny when I've got the screen so it turns round, so when I wave with my right it looks like I'm waving on the left. But yeah, left and right.
Can you link to the song? Yeah, sure.
Started. So thanks for watching. See you later. Ta-da.
That was fucking rubbish. That was fucking rubbish, mate. Come on. Good God. Good fucking God. Well, gang, it's been one of them, ain't it? It's been one of them. I'm gonna take a listen to that in a bit. I can't listen to it now because I'll get a DMCA, but fucking hell. Thanks for that. Let's stick that in one of the tabs. I'll have a listen to that while I'm doing some thumbnail creating later on. Well, everybody, it's been a great day. It's been a great evening. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all the donos, all the follows, all the raids, all the bits, all the subs. It's been extremely, extremely nice. But that's it. It's over. It's the end of the stream. We're going to go raid somebody now. Who are we going to go raid, I hear you ask? I don't know. I'm going to find out now by having a little look at my follow list. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Who can I go and raid? What is this? Majestic.
Smiley face.
Thank you so much for the smiley face 2-month sub. Thank you for being here. Gang, join me again tomorrow for more news, reacts, Goblin guy. I don't know, maybe we'll move on from Goblin content tomorrow. I feel like we might have seen the funnier stuff that this guy's got to offer. Maybe we'll move on. I don't know. I've always got cursed content for you. But yeah. Like I say, we're gonna go on a cheeky little raid now. Who can we go and raid? Well, I think that I'm gonna go and raid. Oh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. We're gonna go and raid Hildebeest. Hildebeest is a delightful Canadian politics streamer. She's phenomenal. Let's go and show her some love. Boom. There you go. Get the raid command copied and pasted into your, whatever you want to call it, your clipboards. Don't forget, I'll be back tomorrow for more stuff. In the meantime, if you want more Muel, check out the socials. Check out the YouTube. Check out the VOD channel on YouTube as well. I'm currently in the process of uploading all of the Elden Ring streams up to YouTube, so that's very cool. Almost all the Elden Ring streams are now on the VOD channel. So go check that out. It's pretty good. It's a pretty fun time. Yeah, if you want to get involved in Discord as well, the Discord is in this command there. And yeah, thank you so much for the late little follow there. Appreciate you. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody. And special thanks to everybody who's subbed off Twitch. Thanks for getting us to £73 on the first day, the first stream of the month. So, I'll see you tomorrow. Have an excellent night and stay excellent to each other. Mwah! Peace, 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 peace.